So good morning and pranam to everyone. We begin our program with Ganesh Vanna. May I request to all of you to join with us in the Ganesh Vanna. Vaktan Mahakaya
Nirvignam kuru me deva sarvakaryeshu
Sarvada. This is the second day of our deliberation and action plan to prepare the roadmap for the Gujarat Agriculture 2020-2030 with a work plan from the 21-22 and 22-23. The idea of making the farmer Atmanirbhar is that our beloved Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, who wants that our farmers are on the par in the income and the quality of life with their urban counterparts. They are self-reliant, capable to face adverse effects of the climate change and pandemic also. Today, the deliberation are with the State Agriculture University, and I'm not sure, but we have in Gujarat more than 1,000 agriculture scientists. Our Prime Minister has given an important pillar of technology and knowledge transfer. The role of agriculture scientists is precisely to transfer this to our farmers in time-bound manner and on the farms of the small and poor farmers. So I'm sure to the deliberations will lead us to this with a keynote speech of one of our most dynamic scientists, Dr. Trilochana Mahapatra-ji, who has transformed the entire ICR and made its result-oriented actions. We have two other international scientists, Dr. Mbuya from the Florida Agriculture and Mechanical University and Dr. Mukul Asher, the economist from the Singapore UN Institute. We have other experts and we have other scientists, vice chancellors, heads of the department, and our secretary, Shri Bhardwaj Saab, deputy secretary, Khatale Saab, all department heads, former vice chancellor sir, all the scientists, Dr. Chalat sir, we all are together today, and I am not taking more time. Now I request to our deputy secretary, sir, respected Ravindra ji, for the welcome address. So.
Thank you, Nisha Ben. I welcome all the esteemed guests on behalf of Agriculture Department, Government of Gujarat and NCCDS. We are into the second day of our webinar sessions, where we will be dealing with Vision 2030, also called as Atmanirbhar Gujarat 2030. And we are privileged to have esteemed guests today. And I'll start with welcoming Secretary Government of India, respected Sri Trilochana Mahapatra, Dr. Trilochana Mahapatra sir, who is Secretary DARE and DG ICAR. We also have with us Secretary Agriculture, Gujarat Government, Sri Manish Bhardwaj sir. And how can I forget our own Dr. Kirit Shelar Saab, who is spearheading all this exercise, bringing all these great personalities together. I welcome you, sir, as well. Then I welcome Dr. Mbuya from FAMU, USA. Then I also welcome Professor Mukul Asher. Then we also have an expert panel of eminent personalities. I welcome Dr. H.R. Dave, Dr. A.R. Pathak, Dr. Shiv Atri, Dr. N.C. Patel, Dr. Ravish Maheshwari, Dr. Arun Patel, Dr. Suresh Acharya, Dr. Kinkini Das Gupta, Dr. Manushi Dekha, Dr. Maheshwari Mandapaka, Dr. Sadamati, Professor Sanjay Deshmukh. And I also welcome all the vice chancellors from agricultural universities, all the HODs from the different departments of Government of Gujarat. And Nisha Ben, please add if I have forgot someone's name, because so many people are joining off late. So I welcome all of you on behalf of Government of Gujarat and on behalf of NCCDS for this second day of deliberations on Vision 2030. And I hope that, like yesterday, we'll have a very fruitful discussion and we'll get actionable inputs out of deliberations on universities' points. Thank you. Now I hand over to Nisha Ben for the further proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request to respected Dr. Manish Bhardwaj for his address. Sir.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, welcome Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, DG ICR and Secretary DARE, esteemed guests and experts who have joined, as well as Dr. Kirit Scheller, Chairman NCCST, and all the Vice Chancellors. Particularly today we are having the Vice Chancellors from Anand, Junagadh, and Navsari universities who will be taking part in today's deliberation. This is a very novel initiative undertaken jointly by the Department of Agriculture, Farmers Welfare and Cooperation Department, Government of Gujarat, along with NCCSD, to identify the roadmap for Atmanirbhar Agriculture Vision 2030 for this current decade, covering all the facets of Agriculture Department. That is all the directorates of agriculture, horticulture, Atma, and the universities, the boards corporations, particularly the seed corporation, the agro industries corporations, then the directorates of the animal husbandry, cooperation, registrar cooperative societies, the APMCs. It is a very comprehensive and deep insight into each and every functioning of the HODs, what kind of policy initiatives need to be undertaken for the current decade to make us not only competitive within the country, but as well as internationally. So there is a lot of scope for the state, particularly the department. Gujarat has always been on the forefront of the development and the achievement milestones which the agriculture, our growth, which was recorded in double digits in the current last decade. So there is great hope and lots of opportunities and potential to be tapped. So I'm sure we are on the right path. Yesterday, we really had a very, very meaningful interaction covering the directorates, the working plan for the directorates of agriculture, horticulture, and the agriculture technology and management agency. Today we are beginning with all the three universities. I'm sure with the presence of experts, with the august presence of Dr. Mahapatra ji, as well as the experts from international experts of Dr. Mabiua, and the various experts who will be joining on session wise. As far as the agriculture universities in Gujarat are concerned, this year we have been opening up, apart from the basic curricula covering the agri and the allied subjects, the important and foremost role of the universities is to basically provide the constant upgradation in terms of seed, in terms of technology to the farmers, and how to best relate to the farmers. So in the current decade, the Gujarat farmer, as we had discussed yesterday, around 98 lakh hectares, that is 50% of the total land area is under cultivation. And we have 53 lakh odd farmers, and 2/3 of them are being marginal and small land holdings. So that makes it very, very imperative that the universities pass on the resilient and high yielding growth varieties, seed varieties to the farmers. Our universities have always been on the forefront of developing very good varieties, whether be it the groundnut, whether be it the wheat or any other the major crops which are grown here. So that has been our hallmark. But how do we really, are we really working in our own shell, or are we really being competitive enough to take on the challenges? Are we aware of what the challenges are and how the universities need to be equipped to become more, connected with the farmers in terms of the advisories which need to be given? What is the role of technology which needs to be adopted by allocating more government resources to it? there has been a constant demand of in terms of that the universities are grossly understaffed. So how do they meet those challenges? So these are really very testing times for the universities and our research and scientists. I'm sure in their in the concept note which they have shared to all the experts and the presentation which they are going to make to before us. So they will be elaborating on that, and we will be getting a eliciting responses from all our the experts who have joined in. So once again, thanking Dr. Kirish Shelat for really helping the department in undertaking this initiative and bringing everybody together on this platform. So I wish we today also have a very meaningful interaction. We actually have planned for 4 days of such interactions. And now I request Nishaji to further carry with the proceedings. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir, for your address. Now I request Dr. Tirochan Mahapatra, Secretary DARE and Director General ICR for his address. Sir, Mahapatra, sir.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to everybody. Now it's just 2 minutes past 12. So good afternoon to everybody. Thanks to everybody who have been linked today, and very specifically Silat Saab for organizing another important program. He has been in the forefront of talking about, and discussing and bringing people together to talk about various issues of relevance. And today is no exception. And this is something, reveals his abiding interest in taking the country forward and taking the state forward. On the stalwarts who are associated today to this program, including secretary to the government, reveals that again he not only has the power to mobilize all stalwarts, but also people respect him and then follow him, and then in the process bring out kind of directions which would be helping the country and the state to build programs for future. Today the context is the Atmanirbhar Bharat, then coming down to Atmanirbhar agriculture, and then Atmanirbhar farmer. So all these very pertinent in today's context. Atmanirbhar Bharat has been a lofty idea and very tall kind of, I would say in terms of thought process, very high in terms of its content and idea by the Honorable Prime Minister. Atmanirbharta we have been talking about in various fronts, but the way it is being talked about today has a kind of a different flavor and a different content than what it used to be used for. So in this context, we are today, going to deliberate on Atmanirbharta in various fronts, and very specifically agriculture in the context of Gujarat, as it has been already said. Let me briefly say that this concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, as Honorable Prime Minister has given the call, it's basically a kind of stimulus to the country, to move forward. And this more so during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the country was suffering and everybody was worried, and there is apprehension that our economy would be moving backward. In that particular moment, Honorable Prime Minister comes out with this kind of idea that we should be really pushing this particular agenda. That is something which is remarkable. And then whole country got around this idea to further build onto this at how India can be a leader. Atmanirbharta, as it has been explained again and again, it's not just self-sufficiency in some of those areas where we are lagging behind. In case of agriculture, you know very well where we are lagging behind. The Atmanirbhar Bharat has 5 pillars. Very importantly, economy is the most important pillar. Obviously, economy is number one. Infrastructure, giving a push to infrastructure. The way the infrastructure funds have been declared for various sectors, including agriculture, talks about building onto the existing infrastructure so that tomorrow's India is not just a self-reliant India, a resurgent India, a developed country, and then a country, a force to reckon with among the top economic powers of the globe. So infrastructure is the second pillar of the Atmanirbhar Bharat program. And of course, technology, for diverse, kind of technology-driven systems for different diverse areas of our requirements. Technology-driven system is the third important pillar of our Atmanirbhar Bharat. And of course, vibrant demography, given the, much talked about demographic dividend in this country, the young population, energetic population, population full of ideas. How do we take advantage of these demographic dividends we keep talking about? So, vibrant demography is the fourth pillar of this. And of course, when we move ahead, certainly demand would be another aspect which need to really, build Atmanirbhar Bharat. And, the supply side we have been talking about, the demand side issues we have not really talked and researched and analyzed as much as it is required. In the process, we have ended up, in case of agriculture, with the surpluses, and the surpluses are creating problems, and we do not know how to really, address huge surpluses. So, incurring losses in the process, in the form of post-harvest losses, and so on and so forth, and incurring expenditure on those, surpluses. So these are the kind of aspects, 5 pillars of our Atmanirbhar Bharat, which are being discussed, which are being implemented and pushed forward for tomorrow's India. Honorable Prime Minister has given call for a $5 trillion economy, and we are not far from the target, and we are actually moving in that direction, but it's not really easy to be there at the right time, as we thought about. Disrupted. It has disrupted many aspects of our activity and slowed down many areas. But still, the kind of push through Atmanirbhar Bharat Honorable Prime Minister has given, that is something which all should be grateful for. His ideas and his the push, and the kind of package which has been declared as part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. That is something which is revealing, which never happened in the past, and totaling about 29 lakh crore, about 420 billion US dollar. If you remember, 12th May was the first one with 20 lakh crore, and that when we are deep in COVID-19 and facing head on and trying to solve the kind of humanitarian problems that this of huge dimension which we faced because of reverse migration from cities to the villages, the large number of workers moving out of the cities and impacting industry performance and so on and so forth. At that time, talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat and 12th May, that pushed economic package and declaration of that about 20 lakh crore. And that was followed in October and November with the two more packages. 12th October is about 74,000 crores, and again 2.6 lakh crores on 12th November. So about totaling around 29 lakh crore. So that is a huge stimulus, economic stimulus, which is given for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I'll not go further into it, what are the details and all that. But what is more important, how do we build Atmanirbhar Bharat for tomorrow? As I said, that the agriculture sector during this period has done pretty well. And I will only focus on agriculture sector very briefly and come to Gujarat very briefly at the end in another 5 minutes time. I'll finish it up. So agriculture has done pretty well. 295 million tons of food grain production, crossing all limits, all previous records. And that is something, and despite COVID, and this is what is actually has to be always remembered in the history, Indian history, that COVID, happened and impacted, such a huge population of the country. But still, despite that, we have done this. Horticulture production, 320 million tons. Milk production, 198 million tons. So a huge kind of performance in all the sectors. So that is something which is remarkable, and thanks to the farmers of the country that this has been possible. And sugar production close to 27 million tons, despite COVID. So on this, various fronts, we have been able to, perform well. But then, where to go from here? And we all know that edible oil, we are lagging behind. And that is one area in the traditional sense of Atmanirbharta, that is self-reliance. The edible oil fits in very well. That we need to really enhance productivity, production, so that we address this and go for import substitution to the extent possible. So 75,000 crores annually being spent. So that is something which is, very serious, and it concerns all of us. And certainly in the context of Gujarat, is very, very important. Why? Because Gujarat is #1 producer of the groundnut, and so also castor. So though castor is not edible oil, but still I'll come back to this point later. So Gujarat remains very relevant. Gujarat's agriculture remains very relevant in the context of Atmanirbhar Bharat. The traditional way we have been described But that's not the only thing I would like to emphasize often. In case of pulses, we have enhanced production, and our import is reduced almost 50%. But still, we are lagging behind. We need to really move forward. So there are two sectors where we have to really keep pace with the demand. The domestic demand, and domestic demand has not been addressed, and Gujarat has tremendous role to play in these two sectors, pulses as well as oil seeds. And how do we really plan, how Gujarat plans it out, and meets the requirement of the country, contributes to the kind of gaps which is to fill the gaps very significantly. I think this is plenty of opportunity. The universities and the government should really sit and then discuss how they can be a very significant contributor. They have been in the past, and I'm sure in current times, we should be able to really address this much better. But what Honorable Prime Minister has been talking about is, as I said, more than the Atmanirbharta concept, what we built in 1970s, the self-sufficiency in food grains and so on and so forth. Honorable Prime Minister, if I have to cite two examples, he talks about being vocal for local. And that is actually a very important component of our Atmanirbhar Bharat concept, the new one, and the vocal for local. We have so many produces products locally and having tremendous health benefits and having global relevance. The other day, Honorable Minister of State Sri Purushottam Rupala Sahab brought some samples of bajra which is consumed in some parts in Gujarat. And when we analyzed those in a very good laboratory, we found that it has more soluble sugars than the bajra varieties, the traditional bajra varieties and hybrids. So it is sweeter than all other bajra products, whatever was prepared, the flour. And in the process, the organoleptic properties have been improved very significantly in this case, in this variety. And there are higher content of zinc and iron as well as compared to other local varieties in the country. We have analyzed some in case of Rajasthan, and we find it is much better. So understanding our local wealth, we have not been able to really understand this as much. So this is one area Gujarat can really take lead, understanding the local germplasm for their food values, nutrition values, pharmaceutical values, nutraceutical values, and then build billion-dollar industry around that. So this is where being vocal for local would be very, very critical, and not ending there, not just building industry, but also at the same time, Honorable Prime Minister has given the call that make for the world. How do we make things for the world? And there is a need for demand analysis at the global scale. And once we understand that, and Gujarati population at the global level is so huge, they would have demand for local food items, and they do not know that there are many local items which they used to consume or their predecessors used to consume, parents used to consume in Gujarat, but we have lost them completely. So bringing them and having adequate branding would be required as part of the global effort, that how do we really make for the world? So understanding the demand at the global level and making products accordingly based on the local germplasm varieties, and then packaging accordingly and branding, and then building our export basket and expanding it tremendously. So Make in India would be crucial for this particular efforts, that we make in India, so and then export it. So it is not just self-sufficiency, but going beyond that and exploiting the demand which is there in the global market and building this up. And there are plenty of opportunities for that. And can Gujarat take the leadership in medicinal plants, in Kesar mango, in case of castor? Castor, just another discussion is going on side by side, that the area is declining, and this is a matter of concern. Can we not address this? We can address this if we create a value chain. How do you create a value chain? It has to be driven by industry. We are exporting castor oil. We have IICT in Hyderabad producing generation 1, generation 2, even generation 3 derivatives. And if industry can take advantage of this and also address the gaps, and we through research, if we can address those gaps which is existing, then the industry needs can be met, and the castor oil, instead of getting exported as such, gets value added 900 times. The generation 3 derivatives have 300 times value addition. So can we really drive this demand driven, not supply driven? We have more production, and industry builds up and produces something, not that way. We know the generation 3 derivatives have tremendous use at the global level, the industrial use at the global level. So our country's needs can be met. At the same time, we can export. So this is one example where we can build this up in Gujarat. And similarly, Kesar mango we are exporting. But what is our understanding with regard to the kind of nutritional properties it has, the bioactive peptides it would be having, or any other health benefits that it can provide? So a thorough analysis would require, in addition to the gir cow milks, or for that matter, the local milks, which we are actually mixing and then selling with buffalo milk and everything, and that branding has to take place. And I strongly believe that we have plenty to offer, but all these would require good agricultural practices. If we have to really have a global market and make in India brand, we have to produce safe food. We have to be producing more. Our productivity has to increase. And I am sure Gujarat farmers are quite aware of this. But large scale promotion of good agricultural practices, why we are losing out at the global level? Because our productivity level is low and we are not safe. Our food is not safe. So that is what we need to really build in the Atmanirbhar agriculture package for Gujarat. And I'm sure the kind of diversity that exists in Gujarat, whether it is high rainfall region, whether it is dry region, whether it is saline region, you have quite a bit of diversity. And if we can have dragon fruit produced there in some of those difficult areas, I can say that many more things can be really produced and then sold in the global market. So I'm sure it's not just we investing. There could be plenty of others coming in to invest in Gujarat in post-harvest processing, value addition space. Obviously, policy aspects need to be really taken care, and the Gujarat government has been proactive, and I'm sure with their proactive approach, they will bring in the right kind of policy to promote. Somebody said today in the morning that the policy with regard to the castor oil industry, particularly the derivative industry, has some setbacks. So I believe that once we address those policy issues, our Atmanirbharta would be built on a very strong footing. We have to build capacity, and skill development has to take place. And I have finished, so I'll stop here. And our capacity has to be built, and we must be able to really have our university system has to really build those advanced level capacities, and skill impartment has to happen. If we can't, we can send outside our people, so to the advanced laboratories and learn from their experience. So let's really discuss, and you all are there, you have been there in the forefront, and I'm sure you'll be able to really contribute to this very meaningfully as you go along. So I have, as I said, another program on castor happening. We are discussing about Gujarat, how to promote castor in Gujarat. So the Oil Institute, Indian Institute of Oilseed Research, Hyderabad is organizing. We have a number of industry partners are there. So I'll be shifting to that program, but please continue, and I will beg excuse and beg pardon for leaving the program for the other program. And so Salat Saab, thank you very much profusely. And
thank you very much, Dr. Mahapatra, for part of this event. Last time also you encouraged us, and this deliberation we have found that definitely leads to change in thinking and policy implementation and probably towards success. Now, the last point you mentioned regarding castor, we have largest crop in the country, and we would like to work together as a NCCSD with castor, because we were associated with castor industry in past by direct procurement from farmers to the castor unit. And we have very good association with Gujarat castor units. They have one derivative unit also, and we can ask them to expand. So we would be happy to line up this. Once your seminar is over, if somebody can contact us and share the output, we will take it further with Gujarat Agriculture Department. Once again, thank you very much for finding time and guiding all the scientists here, all the implementers here, and all of us, Gujarat government and NCCSD.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. Dr. Patel, Dr. Pathak, and everybody, Dr. Maheshwari. I see all known people are there. Thank you very much. I take leave.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I heard you in Castor also.
Thank you.
I was there.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your brief and valuable address, sir. You always are encouraging us. On behalf of the Agriculture Department, Government of Gujarat and NCCSD, thankful to your time and the guidance for the State Agriculture University for preparing the roadmap of the Gujarat agriculture. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Now I request to Anand Agriculture University for the presentations. Anand Agriculture University, Dr. Ramani, you are ready?
Yes, madam.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Am I audible properly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay.
We uploaded the slides, sir. Give me just 1 minute. Huh?
Yeah, please. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Mohapatra Sahib, Director General ICR, Bardha Sahib, Khatale Sahib, Vice Chancellors of the State Agricultural University, Chotia Sahib, ZP Patel Sahib, BR Shah Sahib, and Dr. Vyas Sahib, ex-Vice Chancellors, Dr. Pathak Sahib, Dr. NC Patel Sahib, Maheshwari Sahib, Director of Research of my university, Dr. Jala Sahib, learned other experts and panelists, brothers and sisters. Today, just we are here to discuss on Atmanirbhar farmer agriculture sector is part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I request Nisha Madam, please share the my presentation. Considering our meeting held on 22nd January, we have selected 3 blocks for the detailed implementation. And before that, I will just give the overview of my university, and then what are the current status, current issues, and how we together address the issues to have a better livelihood and Atmanirbhar farmers, particularly small and marginal farmers. We have different approaches to address for the betterment of the small and marginal holding farmers. So we will see, considering our Central Gujarat part of the as a Anand Agricultural University. Yes. Next, please. Slideshow, please. Nisha Madam, slideshow, please. Make it zoom so that. Yeah. Okay, nice. Thank you. As we know, the Anand Agricultural University was established in 2004. Erstwhile, it was the Gujarat Agricultural University. And the vision and mission of our university is Kranvanto Rashtam Krishi Sampanam, that is committed to make Gujarat and India agriculturally prosperous. Next, please. Our university is located in central Gujarat, covering the 9 districts, having the 25 research centers at main campuses, as well as the 23 sub-centers throughout the different parts of our university jurisdiction, besides the agricultural education and extension activities. Next, please. During last 6 years, next, please. During last 6 years, in all, nearly 700 different new recommendations and technologies developed for the farming, scientific, as well as for the entrepreneurs of the Gujarat during last 6 years. Next, please. I'm happy to share that our university has received different awards and honors at various platforms as the state level, national level, as well as the international levels. Next, please. And particularly, we have, next, please. Particularly, as we all know, is that lastly, our university has received the 4th rank in Atal ranking for the innovation in agriculture, and 24th in ICR ranking. Next, please. Next. Next, please. University has also patented some granted and published and also filed for some patents, particularly for the different activities. Next, please. Next. So, as I told, considering the tribal area, Bhal area, that is rainfed area, and Desi cotton under the jurisdiction of our university, among the 10, our central Gujarat is diversified with respect to the weather and soil itself. And so we have the almost all fruits and vegetables crops are there in our university jurisdiction. But we have selected 10 crops, and among the 10 crops, 7 important crops have been identified considering the 3 peculiar blocks located in the central Gujarat, that is tribal area, Bhal, where is the peculiarity of the wheat and gram, and Desi cotton covering from the Dhanduka to Viramgam, all the sides. Next, please. So, current status, if we see, the currently maize, ginger, and garlic are grown in tribal area, where in small and marginal holdings are relatively more. Soybean is a newly introduced crop in the state, and it is a oilseed crop. And rightly pointed out, Mohapatra said that we are behind in the oil, edible oil. So the soybean, the increase in the acreage of the soybean will increase the soybean production, and it will also support the edible oil. Secondly, we can harvest also the benefit of the nitrogen fixation, because soybean is not only oilseed crop, it is also leguminous crop. So as much as we can increase the area, it will be in the benefit of the Gujarat agriculture and nation as well. As we know, the Bhalia wheat is peculiar crop of the state, which has no any special value-added products. As Mohapatra Sahib said, we can have some products global importance. We can consider this our Bhalia, considering its particular sweetness and the peculiarity. Gram is also grown in the Bhal area in the residual moisture. And Desi cotton farming needs special attention to increase the area, because it is the demand of the farmers to increase the Desi cotton area, and particularly long staple variety. That is what Desi cotton varieties. I am happy to say that our university has given this year in the interest of the farmers. Next. Next, please. According to different blocks, if we see the average productivity and potential productivity, so that considering and advocating the good agriculture practices from average productivity to, we can try to attain the potential productivity in different our selected crops of the maize, soybean, ginger, garlic, Bhalia wheat, gram, and Desi cotton. Next, please. These all crops covers, suppose tribal area covers Dahod, Panchmal, Mahisagar, Chotaudeppur of our university, and parts of Bharuch and Narmada district of the Navsari Agriculture University. Bhal area, it is Ahmedabad and Botad district, and Wagad cotton zone and other areas. That zone is particularly for the Wagad cotton zone. It covers that Desi cotton is not grown only the Wagad, this Ahmedabad district, but it is also grown in the part of Bharuch, Ahmedabad, Botad, Surendranagar, Patan, Kutch, and Rajkot districts. And I'm happy to share that Desi cotton still now, Desi cotton covers 5 to 5.5 lakh hectare. That is nearly 20% of the total cotton area. And I said demand of high yielding long step Desi cotton variety is there in the farming community. Next, please. So we address the Desi cotton variety and try to increase the coverage. These are the some photographs of the selected covers. Next, please. Maize and ginger. That garlic and the new crop introduced in the Gujarat, particularly from the Madhya Pradesh border, Dahod, Panchmal, etc. Soybean. And then next, please. The Bhalia wheat and gram in the conserved moisture. Next, please. And this is the Wagad cotton. Next, please. And this is the Wagad cotton zone wherein this variety is introduced. And if we see in general, the current issues are poor adoption of the good agriculture practices. Technologies are there developed by the ICR institutes as well as the state agriculture universities, but sometimes because of the one or other reasons, farmers is not adopting. So there is a need to reduce the gap to adopt the gap. Second is unavailability of quality seeds, inadequate storage facilities and reuse of the self-cultivated seed, etc. Inadequate value addition, lack of organized agricultural marketing, inefficient use of local resources and indigenous technologies, particularly the crop residues and agricultural waste and kitchen waste, etc. And limited use of the multiple and sufficient technologies due to small and marginal landholding farmers. So we have to address the difficulty, the root cause difficulty of the farmers, particularly having a small and marginal. Next, please, marginal holdings. So on the basis of the current status and next, please, issues, we have just suggested some strategies. And first is management of various insect pests by using biocontrol agents, biopesticides, and population dynamics of major insect pests and integrated pest management. For the different crops, key bioagents for the demonstration are ready for with our agriculture university. If we use the bioagents and biopesticides, we can reduce the chemical load and simultaneously we can reduce the load of the residues in our food grains and other products what we just going to consume. And therefore, to enhance the use and adoption of bio-intensive pest management strategies, large-scale field demonstration will be or can be taken up by for the various crops by the different agencies, SAUs as well as the NGOs and the government itself. Next, please. Here, bioagents for mass production and distribution to the farmers. This is in practice at Anand Agricultural University. Different bioagents are there and microbial agents are there. Next, please. We just produce the trichoderma based different species, Chilonis, Japonicum, Prestigium, and bacteria, and just to distribute to the farmers and with the information how to use it in vernacular language. So these are the practice, and we have to just extrapolate this practice, and we have to just popularize in the what we call the farming community. Next, please. Take an example, the control. Suppose this is the Beauveria bassinia is what we call the biological agent, and you see the with the Beauveria infected hairy caterpillar. You see it how it infect and make it what we call the inactive. Next, please. Similarly, metarism is also one of the product which will infect the grasshopper, the upper photo, and the white gum, which are the very dangerous. Next, please. And the Bacillus thuringiensis (BT). We have the havoc of the farm, what we call the fall armyworm, and now it is not restricted only for the maize. It is also, migrated from maize to other crops. And here is the BT, what we call gene. Infected, you see the fall army situation of the fall armyworm, so it makes the inactive, so its production is reduced, its damage is reduced, and there is no any adverse effect on the plant as well as in the produce which we consumed by the human being. Next, please. Next, please. These are the microbial biopesticides for the research and demonstration purpose only. This is the produced at our Anand Agriculture University. Next, please. And I think we can have biocontrol laboratory can be established at cluster level by the self-help groups as a small as a part of the small agripreneurship with the fund support. It will short of with the short of trainings, we can educate the farmers and we can educate the end users to have this type of laboratory at the village level or cluster level. Take an example. This is the laboratory facility for the production of the bioagents. Next, please. And another, this is the for the production of the biopesticides. It is not much what we call the technological point of view hard. We can educate the common man also for the production of the bioagents and biopesticides. Next, please. Now, with respect to the bioagents and biopesticides, we have to promote the use of the indigenous botanical pesticides also. These are the recommendations from the Anand Agricultural University for the different crops. Neem seed kernel extract, neem leaves extract, neem oil, lantana camera extract, garlic extract. These have the anti-predant oviposition deterrent repellent effects on insect pest, which reduced the population and thereby their damage. So this is very good thing. Further, no chemical, and farmers can identify nuclear polyhedrosis infected larvae, and they can multiply their own level for the Spodoptera litura and the Heliogarpa armigera. And our friends, ladybird beetle and chrysopa. Sometimes farmers are not understand these are your friends, and if they see the chrysopa and ladybird are in the field and they take up the pump and go there, but they are our friends. So we have to, next please, we have to keep in mind and we have to consider these are our friend. Next please. Further, on-campus training will be conducted for the farmers of the tribal area to enhance the awareness, and hands-on training and demonstration on use of the bioagents and biopesticides. And sometimes forward linkages will be developed between the farmer group and the KVKs to facilitate the distribution of bioagents and produced at the farm level, at the village level or cluster level, so they can have their own what we call the biocontrol agent with them, and they can sell, they can distribute among the neighbor farmers. Further, I just repeat, for the establishment of the what we call the biocontrol laboratory. Next, please. Second part is population dynamics of the major insect pest. And here are the indigenous approaches. First one is the insect pest resistant varieties. We have to go for the insect pest resistant varieties, deep plowing in soil during the summer. Next, please. And install the bird perce in some crops, and clipping of teats along with the egg masses, and destruction of crop residues, which would preferred by many insect pests to estivate and during the unfavorable environment. Irrigation management, as well as the imparting the IPM, that is management training to the farmers to upscale their knowledge regarding pest management. Next, please, should be advocated so that the problems of the insect and pest can be minimized. Second point is, first was for the pest management, now for the disease management. Biocontrol disease of crops and integrated disease management strategies, and biocontrol disease of the crops. Most of the species, particularly trichoderma, having different species of the Hargenium, Viridi, Varanus, etc., are used for the biocontrol agents against the soil-borne diseases and the weeds. Some formulations are there in the practice in Gujarat and India as well. Some formulations are practiced in the abroad as well. We can have the ideas from these other formulations which are not in practice in our country. Suppose Bacillus subtilis is practiced in the USA, Pseudomonas fluorescens, etc. And we can have, with the help of the R&D, and then we can advocate for the use of the farmers for the better management of the disease, particularly the soil-borne disease as well as the wilt disease. And agrobacterium, radiobacter are also there practiced in the several parts of the globe. Next, please. Other part is integrated disease management. It involves cultural methods, physical, biological, resistant host plant, and the chemical methods. Next, please. Among the cultural methods, among the cultural, several, these all we know, but we have to just touch some methods, and we have to just make it popularized for the farmers, because this is sometimes no cost or low cost. Crop rotation, application of the organic manure, soil amendment, summer plowing, intercropping, mulching, irrigation, water management, roguing, management of plant nutrients. These all are the different cultural methods. Next, please. These are not in the mainly in practice, but hot water treatment, hot air flow treatment, solar heat treatments, sterilization. We can go for the refrigeration, that is during storage, etc. For the disease management, because it is there in the soil, there in the grain, and there in the storage also. Next, please. As for the what we call the pest management, some disease resistance varieties are also there. We can advocate this type of the varieties. Next, please. Now, third point, for the upscaling seed enhancement into designer seed treatment. Seed treatment with respect to the fungicide, insecticide, rhizobium, and now for the fertilizer also. So earlier it was as a FIR, but now we can say FIFR. We have to, there are so many references with a small quantity of the treatment of the fertilizers, it will reduce the much more load of the chemical application of the fertilizers in the form of soil application as well as in the form of the foliar spray. So with improved local seed varieties and botanical pesticides, indigenous materials, we can use ash, biopesticides, biofertilizers, etc. And it can be evaluated as a seed treatments, and we can after R&D we can make it popular for the farmers. Indigenous technical knowledge and advanced modern technologies should be used for the enhancing the seed quality, and training will be given for seed production and post-harvest handling of quality seeds in different crops. Next, please. Grain, here I can say grain as well as the seed should be stored in an airtight container, that is bins, to protect from the insect pest damage and it what we call the infection. Before storing grains, sun dry them and maintain the moisture level. Farmers are using ash or fine sand or soil as indigenous technology for managing the stored grain pest. And grain pest can be effectively managed by mixing dried neem leaves 8 to 10% in stored grain, and then neem seed kernel powder 1 to 2% up to 6 to 9 months. These are the practices followed in some parts, or we can say the pockets of the our state. But we have to make it more popularized. We have to give touch, scientific touch, and harvest the benefit of the local resources and indigenous technologies. Next, please. Now, with respect to the fourth aspect is increasing water use efficiency, because water is a natural resources and further very useful resources, and we can increase the use efficiency through adoption of micro irrigation system and developing low-cost technologies for in situ moisture conservation, so that we have to, for now, government, what we call the systems are there to promote the use for micro irrigation, but further and further we have to go for that, advocate the micro irrigation as well as the utilizing crop residues as mulch. It helps to conserve the soil moisture, and which ultimately enhance the water use efficiency and resulted in enhancing soil microbial activity and higher crop production. So soil mulch is in help in the retain the soil moisture, as well as after decomposition, it will also act as a what we call the nutrient supplementation also. Next, please. Here are the some photographs. Next, please. Here are some photographs showing the use of rice straw. Okay, rice straw in garlic mulch, and the use of the sun hemp and rice straw in turmeric as a mulch. And another, as our Honorable Prime Minister give that per drop more crop. So with the use, this is the what we call the developed by the ICAR Sugarcane Breeding Institute, Coimbatore.
Hey, Dr.
Soil
Ramani,
moisture.
can I interrupt?
Please,
Dr.
please, sir.
Ramani. Yeah,
Please, sir.
because we have experts to hear, and you have already taken more than 45 minutes.
Oh,
so
sorry,
can you
sir.
now finish it within next 5 minutes?
Okay, please. Okay. So this is the soil moisture indicator. We can use this soil moisture indicator. Next, please. Now integrated farming IFS systems. So to have the year-round income of the farmers, we have to have integrated farming system. Next, please. It consider the next, please. Next, please. Technology for the improvement or restoration of the soil health, organic carbon, and productivity of all crops. Particularly fertilization as per the soil health card, use of organic mulch, biofertilizers, we can develop the leaf color chart for the different crops, farm organic waste, and integrated nutrient management. Next, please. Another part, very important part, is germplasm maintenance and utilization of desi and indigenous seeds and breeding for yield and different parameters. Improvement with use of the low inputs. So exploration of the germplasm collection for seed or desi and indigenous varieties or crops. Second is maintenance and evaluation of desi and indigenous varieties, and use of indigenous and desi varieties for improvement, further breeding for the yield and quality. Next, please. Seed enhancement through advanced priming and pelleting. It will need only for the low volume crops, and priming is also low cost technology. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Human resource development for seed production and promotion of the agripreneurship in rural area, seed village hub, and endemic, particularly in endemic pockets. So arrangement of the training for good quality seed production, encourage the farmers to establish small scale industries like several mills, etc., and promote the farmers to produce good quality seed under seed village hub in endemic pockets particularly. Next, please. With respect to the value addition, as we know, for the value addition, we have to go for the food processing, storage facility, etc. Next, please. These are the different value-added products. Next, please. At our Anand Agriculture University. Next, please. Next. These are the different products at our Anand University as value addition. We can educate the farmers. Next, please. This is particularly from the Bhalia wheat. Next, please. This is from particularly from the gram of that Bhalia area. Next, please. And particularly just I'm next here the storage is very important. You see the storage of the garlic. Farmers are just hanging the bunches in the open space, and there may be attack of the insect pests, etc. But as per the simply just we have to pack it in the mosquito or any net and put into the aeration area. Next, please. Similarly,
Dr.
for
Ramani,
the
hello. Sorry to interrupt. Your 5 minutes are over now. Please come down to your program.
Okay. Okay. Next, please.
Come
plan of
program.
Okay. Okay. Next, please, Nisha Madam, please go to the plan of work, please.
Next. 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 Sahib, तुम्हें क्या जो कई slide. Next.
Yeah, I was said, but next. Yes, here the first year just we have planned, sir, to exploration for collection of local and indigenous varieties for important crops, that is seed and planting material both, and training on value addition because products are there, training on grading and packing, promoting natural and organic farming, that is there under the BPKP and organic farming and LCNF. Training on preparation of biopesticides, we can also have lab, training on identification of bioagents and mass multiplication, and training on establishment of micro-entrepreneurship. Next, please. This is for the first year, and considering the 2020 to 2030 for the second year, maintenance and multiplication of these seed and planting materials collected during the first year, evaluation and acclimatized lines for yield and quality, development of new genetic materials after domestication by the different breeding techniques, adoption and implementation of the technologies, utilization of biopesticides and biofertilizers, establishment of micro-entrepreneurship at village level, policy suggestions to policymakers, that is promotion to agri startups and incubation for the students and farmers. And these are the our work area. Next, please. Here, sir, second point only, I will just give the what we call the biogas plant for small and marginal. If 2 cubic meter biogas plant have every farmers, it will address the 3 strategies. With the use of the crop residues, animal waste, farm waste, and kitchen waste, Swachh Bharat is there. It produce the cooking gas fuel for the vehicle and cooking gas, Atmanirbhar. And secondly, most important, the slurry of biogas is enriched with the microbes. It will multiply the microorganisms in the motherland, which will facilitate the use of the native nutrients for the crops. Next, please. These are the outcome strategies with the adoption of our strategies. Next. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Now, thank you, Ramana Sahib, for the very brief and very valuable presentation. Now, I request to Dr. Shivatri, who are with us, for his expert views, then Mukul Bhai, who are with us. So first, I request to Atri Sahib for his address and feedback and guidance. Dr. Shivatri from MOS, Minister of Earth Science, sir. I request Mukul Bhai for his expert view. Mukul Bhai.
નિશાબેન પીપીટી બંધ કરી શકો.
નિશાબેન મારું નામ એક્સપર્ટ ગ્રુપમાં નથી પણ
આમાં તમારું ફીડબેક છે મુકુલભાઈ. હા,
બપોરના મને છે ને તો આઈ વિલ વેઇટ ફોર ધેટ. આપણને મોડું થઈ ગયું છે બીજા બધા.
શ્યોર. તો પાઠક સાહેબ, રિક્વેસ્ટ પાઠક સાહેબ.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Ramani, for presentation. Now, you have already given a broad view of the integrated pest management, disease management, and particularly the use of the biocontrol and biopesticide. But what is needed, that you have already concentrated only on 2 areas. One is the tribal and another is the Bhal area. And in both, whereas the Anand Agriculture University has a jurisdiction of 8 districts now, including the Bhopal. So
9 districts.
9 districts, yes. 9 districts, and you have to take up the whole view of the, because you are not working only for the 2 district area, tribal and then the Bhal. So with that perspective, your whole program should be formulated. Now, one of the important work that has been done only in Anand, and that is a date palm tissue culture. You have a very good tissue culture laboratory, a big laboratory. What is your action plan? Yesterday also in horticulture, and probably Bharat Bhai is here or the Seresia is here, then they have raised that in date palm plant plates, the farmer are purchasing at the rate of 2,500, which can be now lowered down if you can increase your production level of the tissue culture. Similarly for banana, pomegranate and many other things which you can go for the things. The one of the important crop of the middle Gujarat is also a rice, and in that the very good work has been done in rice. But certainly there are now many private varieties are in vogue. Even in my village, even on my brother has used the 4 varieties which all were of the private in my whole village. Maybe Sri Ram, maybe Sonam, maybe Moti, maybe some another was there. Why it is so? So that is also required because our varieties, either you consider GR13 or the Mahisagar, or which is also released very recently, the uh, scented one, that is also good. But that has to be popularized by way of taking the demonstration in more and more vigorously, and then you can popularize the seed demand of the rice, seed demand for the wheat, seed demand for the vegetables, seed demand for the chilies is very great in Anand. Now, what were your action plan for that? That has not been mentioned at all. Even if you consider the Bhal area where the new crops have also come, that is a cumin, dill seed, and others are also there. So, what is the technology has also been even generated, even in Aradez, that the for cumin, the uh, ridge and furrow is more useful because the water is salty, but the salty water can be overcome by drip or by the ridge and furrow. But that has not gone into the farmer's field, maybe due to some or the another reason. The tobacco is the major heart of the major crop of the middle Gujarat. Now, the government attention for tobacco is now not more there. Then, what should be the alternative of the tobacco? Who will give the alternative to the farmer for tobacco? It is none other than the university has to give the alternative of the tobacco. They similarly, the banana is also there. You have they grow for the banana. Now the 3 years, 4 years, same field with high organic content. If you grow banana, you need not have to plant every year, and farmers can earn about 18 lakhs, 19 lakhs or more, depending upon, and particularly the banana of Middle Gujarat is exporting. So what are your plan how to go for that with the banana exportation, export? The more affluent is in the Middle Gujarat, industrial affluent. Either you take from the Batwa or either you take from the Nandesri and Baroda district. More affluent is there. Not only affluent is flowing in the river Sabarmati or even in Mahisagar, but that is also affecting to the farmers' field. Now, how to utilize that affluent? If, and you are the experts, you have done a lot of work
Yes,
on
sir.
that area, but that has not been mentioned in your action plan that is required. The soil management in Bhal, you have already taken Bhal, but the Bhal soil is alkaline as well as it is a saline.
Align.
And being a soil expert, you know that management of both is very different. We cannot manage only with the gypsum, but there are, so that is also to be considered. Now you have already taken that the seed treatment, but now, my friend, the biostimulants are in the way. Not only the fertilizer, but the biostimulants are being produced by many privates, and they are treating the seed with only a 3 gram per kg or 2 gram per kg, and that has been being used. Now, what are the our university say about the biostimulant and the other things? They similarly, the integrated farming system you have already suggested, but there should be a suggestion or there should be a work that for half acre or for half hectare area, how much animal he should keep, how much the another product he may keep, what other he may do, so that the integrated farming system, not only with animal, but with maybe fisheries, with maybe beekeeping or some other things that will support to the farmer. So that are not found in your presentation. And only the micronutrient, you have done a excellent work in micronutrient. And the micronutrient, only the farmer is applying the N, P and K, and particularly more of N and P, less of P and K. And that has resulted into the our soil deficient in micronutrient. Now, micronutrient, what should be the your way in different crops? How this should be considered, because it is also affecting to the nutritional part of the grains, not only to the yield but also to the nutritional part of the grain. In the morning, our Dr. Mahapatra DG Sahab was telling regarding the bajra. Have you compared the wheat of Bhal, that is our excellent variety which we have released last year before last, or 2 years back. But we have not compared it with the Bansi variety, because Bansi is in vogue. We have to compare the Bansi and the Bhalia, both, maybe with the different fertilizer levels or different organic levels, and then the biochemical analysis is required for that, which one is better for which purpose. Because there are, on the name of Bansi, the many things are being sold in our Gujarat, and the Bansi is fetching more than 3,000 rupees per quintal. Now, can our Bhalia farmer get the price of that Bansi? Even in Bhalia wheat also, gram also. You suggested, very good suggestion is there. But there are also the ways how to increase the productivity. Yesterday, in the Director of Agriculture, the production of increasing the productivity was there. And particularly in our Bhal, our recommendation is there, one irrigation at crown root stage. One irrigation only in crown root stage. Increase the yield to the tune of 20%. Without that much more. Similarly, in gram also there are, so irrigating, because we have to give the technology for the micro irrigation also, and that is required here. And if you will add this, not only consider that the two area of tribal, certainly your presentation is excellent so far as tribal area is concerned. Maize or soybean, yes, soybean and maize are very important crop of that area. But what about the others? Because you have to catch the requirement of other districts and as a whole university also. These are my some of the points, and some also I have suggested during my note also. You please kindly see that, and if possible improve. These are my suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patak Sahib, for your guidance and your views. Ramani Sahib,
Please.
We received feedbacks from the Patak Sahib, Shalat Sahib, and Maheshwari Sahib, and Patel Sahib, and we all views forwarded to email ID on the vc@AAU.
એક બેન રહી ગયું મારે વેજીટેબલનું એમણે ખાસ કરવું જોઈએ. નાવ ઇન વેજીટેબલ a grafting is involved. What is the plan of the university grafting? And similarly, they have done a good work on the wide hybridization. And based on that, some results are also available. So if that can be taken up, because it is improves the vegetable, makes the vegetable crop resistance to the pest and diseases. And that will reduce the load of the insecticide and pesticide. So that is also very important work they have done, but have not mentioned here and put in the action. That is also, vegetable is a very important crop, and they are doing the good work also, but they are not mentioned here. Thank you.
પાઠક સાહેબ, આ વેજીટેબલ્સમાં મારે જસ્ટ એડ કરવું છે કે આપણે યાદ હોય તો આપ અને આચાર્ય સાહેબ ને આપણે બધા જે બાગાયત વિભાગ સાથે જે તાલીમો કરી બધા જિલ્લાઓમાં જઈને, ત્યારે આ શાકભાજીમાં ખેડૂતોનું બહુ જ બધું, કારણ કે આપણે વેજીટેબલ્સના પેચીસ લીધા હતા. તમે મારા સાથે અહીંયા આગળ સાણંદ આવ્યા હતા અને પછી આપણે ડીસા ને બધે ગયા હતા ત્યારે. તો એમાં ખેડૂતોનું ખાસ એવું માનવું હતું કે એ લોકોની જે સીડ્સમાં પણ આણંદ યુનિવર્સિટીમાંથી જોશી સાહેબ હતા અને આચાર્ય સાહેબ હતા. તો એમને ખાસ આપણને આ બધું કીધું હતું કે તમે આ પ્રાઇવેટ સીડ્સમાં પણ તમે આ વેરાયટીઝમાં જાઓ. એટલે એમાં પણ જો વધારે કદાચ થોડું થઈ શકે તો સારું, જેથી ખેડૂતોને જે માર્ગદર્શન છે એ મળે અને જે મોંઘા ભાવનું બિયારણ લઈને એમને બધું તકલીફો પડે છે એ ના પડે. એ જે કહેતા હતા એ બરાબર છે. હા,
વાત સાચી વાત છે.
રમણી સાહેબ, તમે એડ કરી શકો છો પ્લીઝ.
હા, વાંધો નહીં. હેલો,
એક મિનિટ, આપણે બધા એકવાર બધા વ્યૂઝ લઈ લે, પછી તમે ખાલી જસ્ટ મુદ્દા લખી લેજો. આમ તો બધાએ તમને વ્યૂઝ આપ્યા જ છે, પણ આ તો અનુભવ છે. છેલ્લા 2 વર્ષો મેં બાગાયતની ટ્રેનિંગો કરતા હતા ત્યારે આચાર્ય સાહેબ
સીડની ડિમાન્ડ ઘણી હતી, સીડની ડિમાન્ડ ઘણી હતી.
હા, હા, રાઈટ.
Dr. Acharya is with me now also. Dr. Acharya is here, very much here. Please.
Now I request to Maheshwari sir, because initially first views come from the Maheshwari sir from the Anand University. So Maheshwari sir, you would like to give some views now?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The DG this morning pointed out about castor. And 2 years I attended the Castor Oil Millers Association annual convention that they hold. And I found it was a buyer and sellers dialogue to the detriment of the farmers. The foreigner who came to attend this annual meeting, they are on the out to know the quantity of the produce in castor in Gujarat and forward trading. So in my opinion, our scientists should take more part in it, and they should be more collaboration with them so that the farmers' interests are protected. Coming to the presentation of Dr. Ramani, excellent. Yes. The thing that has been pointed out is again that 25 stations are there, where research scientists are also engaged in transfer of technology. And as Dr. Shelat has pointed out, if there is a partnership between the Department of Agriculture and with these regional stations, an extension work along with the money funds is made available to the universities, this will open another chapter or partnership between the state. I was ADG Central State Coordination for 10 years, and I was holding the regional committee meeting with all the states. The best partnership that I could see between the university and the Department of Agriculture was in Gujarat only. Now this partnership can be further taken up if our regional stations are made use of it, and most of them are at the block level. And that's where no other department has any infrastructure. Whereas we, under the RKY, we have taken advantage and we have strengthened our infrastructure capabilities at the block level through these regional stations. So they offer a good partnership to the state government, Department of Agriculture and Extension. And that these are the 2 points I would make it at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Views. Thank you so much. Now I request to, because we have the heads of the department also, and yesterday we have a lack of time. We are not chance to take all the participants' feedback. But today we have Vice Chancellor of the Organic University and Randhawa Saab from the Gujarat Agro. So Randhawa Saab, you would like to share your views?
Nishaben, I would also like to share.
Yeah, yes, sir. But, okay, sure. Yes, sir. First you, yes, sir.
Can I start with stick because Raja is not there? Okay. Let me quickly share a few points.
Sure, sir.
Good presentation, Dr. Ramani. I endorse first the views expressed by Dr. Pathak Sahib and Dr. Arshi Maheshwari Sahib, because a lot of things have been covered. I mean, probably the presentation has been focused by the university on tribal area more. So many of the areas probably have been, given less attention. I personally feel that the strength of Anand Agriculture University is in integrated pest management, integrated nutrient management. So taking those two things in association with the good agricultural practices, probably the action plan will have to be framed so that farmers are benefited. Ultimately, the most important for Atmanirbhar is the cost of cultivation is reduced, production is increased, and the realization of the produce of the farmers, good prices. These are the three components which will take care of almost everything. Now, in view of that, as far as the Anand is concerned, because incubation center is there with the university, good entrepreneurship can be developed. Lot of food processing activities have been done in dairy as well. So all those technologies which are already proven has been recommended for the industries probably need to be given to them so that entrepreneurship development should be given a thrust so that there will be large number of rural industries surrounding, and then that will create value addition at the same time employment generation. As far as the precision agriculture component is concerned, the College of Agriculture Engineering is there. They also can play a major role for whatever status is there as of now. For every crop, the precision agriculture, what is existing as of now and which is practicable easily by the farmers in coordination with the agronomist and the concerned scientists should be taken up and the recommendations or the roadmap should be framed out. Similarly, agri-business management college is there. Probably I was telling when I was talking to the scientists there that the farmer producer organizations, there are people who are doing all these kind of activities. So probably one model FPO should be framed and how it should work so that ultimately it helps the farmers through taking up all kinds of activities related to agriculture, including the value addition. This was one suggestion. Another important suggestion I would place before is, because a lot of people all over the country are working on drone technology. They are all private players. They don't have idea about how that molecules are going to affect our environment. So the time has come that Anand Agriculture University, because good entomologists and other people are there, plant protection experts, should work with in collaboration with agriculture engineering college scientists and some private industry who are manufacturing drone. Because I had seen one demo which I had permitted just with spraying water, lot of, about the 10 feet height above the plant, it was all the water molecules. Now, imagine if it is pesticides and then it is inhaled by the human beings all around, and with wind it is going to go away also. So the time has come that the policy will have to be framed, and probably based on this research, the university can suggest to the state government and government of India that if drones are to be used for spraying pesticides and insecticides, this should be the criteria, the application part, how much should be the height maximum, and even the kind of designs of drones can be done. How the lenses should be placed so that the drone is at a much higher and lenses are just closer to the leaves. Such kind of things are required. Probably that will help. Otherwise, we have been reading in newspaper, many states have started, and they say that it is easy, but just fill up the pump and the pesticide is sprayed. Control would be definitely there, but at the cost of environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your very valuable views. Now it's 1:22, so now I request to Acharya Sahib and then Shalat Sahib for the expert views, and then Ramani Sahib, you just start the summary in the 2 minutes. Next from the JU University. So Acharya Sahib.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and everybody. The vision is envisaged on designer seed using desi seed and using needful interventions like integrated farming system, integrated nutrient management, which the Anand Agriculture University has the expertise, water management, HRD, policy development, right up to e-marketing. The idea of the university is excellent, and I believe the university has tried to adopt the idea of vocal for local and selecting crops based on socioeconomic and immunity enhancement. the university has talked about the designer seed and integrated farming system, etc. But I'm not aware of any recommendations from the university on these aspects for small and marginal farmers. So this need to be checked. This need to be checked, and before it is taken to the small and marginal farmers, this has to be verified. The 3 of the 7 crops belongs to Bhalia, belongs to Bhal, that is wheat, gram, and desi cotton. These crops are too grown on minimal interventions of agrochemicals. In wheat, no recommendation except fertilizer is there. In desi cotton, no biotic stress except pink bollworm is there, which cannot be managed by biocontrol agent. Cleaning and grading is okay. What I want to say is that in the the paper that is presented, the yield gaps between the potential and what is the average is around 60%, 76%, and 85% in wheat, gram, and cotton. That yield level is quite revealing. Yield gap is quite revealing, and should be first addressed and going on for the hoo-ha, designer seed, etc., etc. So this is a very simple sort of a thing, and this should be addressed first, I think. Coming to the turmeric and ginger, seed rate is very high. That is around 2.5 ton per hectare. And this treating it with pest, this particularly biocontrol agent and biofertilizer, etc., etc. And I don't know whether the designer seed, the Anand Agriculture is using the this what we call as a nanotechnology, that is chitosan, etc. I'm not, because that was not clear from the what we call from the presentation. So if it is using the chitosans for making the polymers, polymer layer, then shelf life of the treated seed, biocontrol, this phytotoxicity, exposure to internal body organs, etc. should also be checked in, because because the designer seed in such crops and need to be due consideration. About this the micro irrigation system and integrated farming system, this I think is very good, but in the dry areas, water is not available and only water saving irrigation is available. So it can be tried only in, and I fully endorse the points given by Dr. Pathak and Dr. Patel, and I think those should be carried out. And this overall presentation was good and really admirable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asharya sir. Now I urge and request to Shalat Sahib for his expert view. Sir.
Congratulations, Dr. Ramani. It is a very good presentation. I'm not repeating some of the points that have been said, but you would like to add climate-related services. First and most important task with agriculture university is to inform farmer on month-to-month basis what are the climate changes and what is the agro advisory. And I suggest that you can depute one of your persons to visit Dr. Acharya. He has done a wonderful work in this regard and working in approximately 15 blocks where month-to-month climate advisory is given. It starts from seeding to harvesting to marketing, all operations. So through the KVKs which you have, you must provide climate advisory to all blocks of your, that should become part of your program. Second important matter which you need to pay attention is how many patents university is registering. And this applies to all universities. Say in last 70 years, how many patents we have registered, and how much new research we are doing, and out of which how much is absorbed by private and not by us. If this two analysis, first can be, second can be your internal confidential analysis regarding how leakage is taking place of our research. And before we propagate, they take away and hijack our research and market it. So this is also applicable to all scientists, and we are all aware of it, how this is happening. I think it is a good presentation. Please carry on your work and with best wishes.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs and guidance, sir. Now, I request to Ramani Sahib for the just very brief response and summaries. In, sir, 2 minutes only, 2 or 3 minutes.
1 minute and 1 minute in my director of research. Thank you. First of all, thank you all to give excellent inputs. We will try to incorporate all inputs because it will really enrich our proposal and our further research work. In fact, some type of work, whatever the submitted in the form of the inputs are in progress at our university, that is what we all knows. And particularly we consider the 3 blocks as per the 22nd January meeting and the minutes of the Shelat sir, State Agriculture University have to implement this all in the 3 blocks. So the Bal area, Wagadi Cotton John and that tribal. But as Pathak sir rightly pointed out, the rice is the rice and banana and particularly vegetable. So we will try to incorporate all suggestions made by the Pathak Sahib, as well as from the, and we have the good collaboration and partnership with the state agriculture universities, and we can also go further for the establishment of the laboratory technical side from the university and support from the, and I'm happy that NC Patel sir, under the PFMS program and RKVY,
Your mic is mute.
why it is mute? Okay, sorry. So the NC Patel sir, we have put up the drone use of the drone for the PMS system, and it is a what we call the agreed by the government of India.
Okay.
And as per the Acharya Sahib, Balia wheat and Desi cotton need to increase acreage because it needs the low the chemicals and other inputs. I'm agree with you, and we will surely incorporate it. Shelat Sahib, okay, we will manage to visit as you and do the accordingly, because we have the agro meteorology established system at the various places. And now a few what we call the summarize from my director of research, Dr. M.K. Jala, please. It will take little time.
Thank you, respected Shelat sir and the expert panel. I'll just take few seconds and not the minute. As at AAU, we do understand that in context to Atmanirbhar farmers and Atmanirbhar agriculture sector, what we believe is that under rapid changing global scenario, the key elements are such as quality, competitive pricing, consumer awareness and environmental sustainability are emerging as the controlling factors which govern present day's agriculture and its development. So at present, there are, of course, enormous limitation and constraints, both nature-made and man-made, for the development of agriculture and agriculturists. The advent of technological developments and what the advantage we have. Gujarat, we always consider as a growth engine of the country. And in the same sense, AU has its some inherent strength. And comparatively, the middle part of the Gujarat has two advantages: water, climatic conditions, with increasing popularity of the horticultural crops and well-established animal husbandry with Amul pattern of dairying. So we have a potential to address the problematic issues by converting them into opportunities. So as my colleague Dr. Ramani has said, we will incorporate all the suggestions made by the experts, and we are obliged for receiving such a very important inputs for preparing the final document. With regards, I thank you all for your suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramani Sahib. Thank you, Jhala Sahib, for the very brief and very informative presentation. So on behalf of all of us, we're thankful to you, both of you, and the Vice Chancellor Sahib and all the team of the team members of the Anand University. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request to, because we are waiting for Dr. Mbuya, but in the Florida, it's, I think, time strain, and DDC Education is joining in a few minutes. But I request to Vice Chancellor, Junagadh Agriculture University for the presentation. So you are requested for a host, give us the host. But if I transfer my host, what we call ownership, then you know how to transfer it to me also, sir?
You make us co-host. Co-host.
A big team. Okay, then give me 1 minute, sir. Yeah. I thought you are alone, so how you can do that? 1 minute, sir. Dinesh.
She doesn't know. Share करती हो ना थोड़ी PPT share करते हैं screen share कर
1 minute, sir.
આ બદલાઈ નાખો તો ઓલું 8 છે ને ત્યાં કેટલા કરવાના ના ભલે ચાલશે હજી ક્યાં વહી ગઈ કઈ વાંધો નહીં હવે ચેક કરશે હજી તો ઇન બિટવીન માં જે આપણે ભલે નથી લીધું પણ એને કે એકત્ર બાદ ઓકે
Now, sir, you are the host.
Okay, yes. Shall I start my presentation?
Sure, sir. Yes, sir.
My slide is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Dr. Salat Sahab, Dr. Pathak Sahab, Dr. Bhagwat Sahab, all the expert panels and Vice Chancellors of State Agriculture Universities, Organic University, Kamdhenu University, and all the participants. I am going to present the views of Junagadh Agriculture University in the context of Atmanirbhar Bharat Gujarat Roadmap 2020-2030 in agriculture sector. Next, please. Junagadh Agriculture University is spread out in 11 districts of the 10 districts of the Saurashtra and covering 33% geographical area of the state and 37 lakh hectare cultivable area, 9.6 lakh hectare irrigated area, and distributed into 4 agroclimatic zones. It covers 10 districts, 76 talukas, and 4,930 villages. In our university, 31 research stations, 7 KVKs, 8 colleges, and 8 polytechnics. Next. Major strategic crop of our region, especially of Saurashtra, in field crops, groundnut, cotton, sesame, wheat, chickpea, PGNP, and pulse millet. In immunity crop, especially in fortified cereals, in JU has developed 3 fortified pulse millet hybrids. In horticulture crop, in fruits, mango, acid lime, coconut, pomegranate, banana, papaya, sapota, and custard apple. In vegetable, brinjal, onion, tomato, okra, and garlic. In flower crops, marigold and gaillardia, and in spices, cumin, coriander, and ajwain. Next. Next. Looking to the current issues of Saurashtra region related to the agriculture development. In economical, the market price of the farm produce are so volatile and unrealistic. The term of trade for farmers with respect to that of non-farmers are often so low. The price spread of a commodity is highly skewed in the favor of middlemen or intermediaries over the farmers. Inadequate farm credit matching the requirement of the farmers and credit dispersal often not farmer friendly. Escalating cost of cultivation and low productivity. Cumbersome procedure for farm product export, processing, and organic certification. Limited cooperatives and dairy sector in this region. Next. In infrastructural and others, severe shortage of agricultural laborers, insufficient irrigation facilities, inadequate electricity and unsuitable timing for agricultural operations, inadequate and poor quality rural roads and transportation facilities, large-scale availability of spurious inputs on seeds, pesticides, growth regulators, fertilizers, and other agrochemicals, flooding of market with unstandardized and unscientific organic inputs, lack of processing and value addition at community or village level, insufficient storage facilities for seed and farm produce at local level. Next. Serious, looking to the natural and technological factors, serious problem of vertebrate pest, outbreak of new pest, disease and weeds, deteriorating level and quality of groundwater, salinity ingress in coastal areas, contamination of soil and water due to industrial pollutant, depleting of soil organic carbon, increasing farm risk due to climate change, continuous decrease in farm holding site, making them untenable for investments. Next. Looking to the next roadmap, the suggested strategy, we have considered the different 6 factors like crop improvement, horticulture, natural resource management, plant protection, agriculture finance and marketing, and agriculture engineering. Looking to the one by one in crop improvement, we have considered the different 11 factors, the seed entrepreneurship and startups, seed bank and seed vault, seed priming, seed quality assurance and testing, amendment in Seed Bill 2004, seed rolling plan, cold storage facility, diversification of varietal development, conservation of medicinal and aromatic plants, organic seed production, and biofortification. Looking to the work plan and outcome of the particular points in the crop improvement, we see the first point, that is seed entrepreneurship and startups. For that, the establishment of seed entrepreneurship development center at different ICR institutes and SAUs, training by GCSR and EDII agency, startup for farmers seed enterprises, maintenance of seed quality standards of different crops, and the outcome will be the development of skill and confidence for the seed entrepreneurship to unemployed UG and PG students to take advantages of Startup India, and self-sufficiency of farmers in seed production and marketing. Next. In the second point, seed bank and seed vault, the strengthening of established the seed bank for maintenance of foundation and certified seed to avail the seed at the time of natural calamity, and establishment of community seed bank for ITK, and establishment of seed vault in the cold regions, and the outcome will be the availability of quality seeds for specific region under natural calamities at affordable rate. And point number third, the seed priming, the strengthening of seed priming, seed pelleting, and seed coating. The outcome will be the quick and uniform seed germination and protection against the biotic and abiotic stress during the early stages, and reducing the cost by mechanized sowing. Next, the seed quality assurance and testing. The work plan will be the upgradation of seed testing protocol up to the international standards, adoption of DNA markers to distinguish the varieties to supplement the grow out test, and development of user-friendly DNA kits for fast and accurate identification of the variety or hybrids, and genetic modified organisms detection kits of GM crops. And the outcome will be the easy and fast identification of varieties or hybrids of GM and non-GM crops at the affordable rate to avoid the spurious seeds. The next point is the amendment in the Seed Bill 2004. The amendment for truthful labeled seeds of private companies, compulsory notification for research varieties or hybrids, certification and notification procedures for varieties hybrid developed through the GMOs. The outcome will be the farmers get benefit to sow the certified and notified varieties or hybrids and claim for compensation under the adverse conditions. Next, the seed rolling plan, the identification of region-specific landmark varieties, biofortified varieties in public distribution system, extension of registration validity period of widely adopted varieties or hybrids even after 10 years, mechanism of seed traceability by seed barcoding system. The outcome will be the availability of quality seeds for biofortified and landmark varieties. And next point is the cold storage facility. Provision of region-wise and crop-specific cold storage facilities. APMC take lead role in the establishment and financial assistance for crop-specific cold storage facilities. The outcome will be the remunerative price of produce as per demand in the market. Next, the diversification of varietal development, speed breeding for short-term crop research program, accelerated crop breeding for long-term crop research program, development of pre-breeding materials under greenhouse conditions, and the outcome will be the rapid advancement of the breeding materials leads to early release of variety or hybrids. Next point is the conservation of medicinal and aromatic plants, the creation of in situ and ex situ conservation facilities for medicinal and aromatic plants, establishment of certified nurseries to avail the quality planting material, strengthening the marketing facilities for medicinal and aromatic plants in the APMCs. The outcome will be the encouraging farmers and communities for cultivation of medicinal and aromatic plants. The organic seed production, the adoption of NOP standards, strengthening varietal development programs, formation of organic seed network, climate resilience organic seed production. The outcome will be the availability of sufficient and certified organic seeds. The last point of this particular crop improvement point, biofortification, the development of biofortified varieties or hybrids in the food crops, establishment herbal parks, implementation of the regulatory body for herbal nutraceutical industry. The outcome will be the improvement in the health, longevity, and quality of life in rural and urban areas. And the second point is the horticulture, and in horticulture next, quality planting materials, the promotion of plug nursery startup through horticulture graduates, implementation of Nursery Act, provision of subsidy for nursery business, accreditation or certification of the nursery, promotion of nursery business through self-help groups, provision of tissue culture planting materials, and establishment of vegetable seedling nursery. The outcome will be the availability of good quality planting material for the horticultural crops. Next point is the area expansion of forestry and arid fruit crops. The promotion of cultivation of high value timber crops, promotion of cultivation of underutilized fruit crops, establishment of fruit park in the urban areas, relaxation in the forest act, promotion of forest-based cottage industries, provision of quality planting material for forest and minor fruit crops, and organization of seasonal horticultural crop festival. The outcome will be the development of climate resiliency and increase in the income in the arid region. Third point in the horticulture group, the mechanization in horticulture, availing robotic facilities on subsidized rate, establishment of pack house on cooperative basis, provision of low or small capacity equipment in subsidy basis, and provide big equipment on higher basis. The outcome will be the reduction in cost of cultivation and post-harvest losses and higher market prices. The fourth point, expansion of domestic horticulture, promotion of horticulture, hortitourism, special horticulture startups, establishment of spices park, provide training to the rural youth, establishment of horticulture clinics at district level, and the outcome will be the horticulture entrepreneurship. Next, in the fifth point, the protected cultivation of high valued vegetable and flowers to providing technical support, providing market facilities, research and development for low cost protected structures. The outcome will be the more economic return through off-seasonal production and higher productivity of the crops. In the next point, kitchen or terrace gardening, the availing quality planting material, promotion of kitchen gardening, research and development for kitchen and terrace gardening. The outcome will be the availability of healthy foods to individual family and opportunity for the entrepreneurship. Next, the main point is the natural resource management. In that particular point, the integrated nutrient management, the supplement deficient nutrients, use of manure, biofertilizer, green manuring, crop residue, and mulching, use of cow-based and botanical bioenhancers, biofortification of essential nutrients in food crops, remediation technology for waste and polluted waters. The outcome will be the reduced use of chemical fertilizers, recycling of crop residues, carbon sequestration, improvement in soil health and productivity, and the nutritious food. Next, in organic farming, the promotion of organic farming in natural farming in the nice area, the use of organic manures, biofertilizers, cow-based formulation and botanicals, recycling of crop residue or farm waste, non-chemical method of pest, disease and weed management, development of microbial consortia, enriched organic manures, production of organic inputs and cow-based formulation, and separate MSPs and APMCs for organic produce. The outcome is the improvement in the quality of farm produce, chemical residue-free produce, reduction in the input cost, improvement in soil health, carbon sequestration, and environment. The next point in the natural resource management is the dry farming technology, adoption of crop production technologies for dry farming, strengthening of soil and water conservation practices, promotion of water harvesting and well recharging, maintenance of water harvesting structures, promotion of agroforestry and arid fruits, intermix or relay cropping, use of mulches, polymers, land configuration, and tillage, etc. Development of integrated farming system model for dry farming, and the outcome will be the improved soil and moisture conservation, increased water productivity, increase in the crop production and the farm income. Next point is the integrated weed management, preventive measure to check the weed dispersion, incorporating cultural, mechanical, physical, and biological methods with the chemical method, precision farming based site-specific weed management, rotation of herbicides and use of herbicide mixture, management of herbicide residue and phytotoxicity. The outcome will be the timely and effective weed management, reduced herbicide residue in the plant and soil, tackling farm labor shortages, and increase in the production. Next point is the management of problematic soil, the reclamation or amelioration of contaminated and problem soils, recycling and rational usages of different waste in agricultural soils, bioremediation of the contaminated soils, screening of crop varieties suitable for the problematic soils, land use according to the capability classes. The outcome will be the improved soil health and productivity, sustainable crop production, crop varieties suitable for the problem soils, and delineation of problem soils. And the another point for the natural resource management is the integrated farming system, horizontal and vertical diversification, crop diversification towards high valued crops, diversified cropping system with other existing farm enterprises or new or modified enterprises for the different land holdings, recycling and intermittent use of farm product, byproduct, residue and wastage for reducing the cost of production, development of homestead farming system, development of ecotourism model to supplement the farm income, provision of incentive and insurance for integrated farming system, provision of multidisciplinary advisory services. The outcome will be the increase in farm production, net income, employment, resource usage, efficiency, carbon sequestration, and etc. And reduction in cost and risk of the production and sustainable use of the resources. And the seventh point in the NRM is on one district, one crop, ODOC. Identification of one agriculture or horticulture crop already grown in a district having potential in all parameters like yield potential, suitable climate and capacity to raise income of farmer. Development of this district as hub for the particular crops, encouraging small food processing units, farmers, self-help groups, FPOs and cooperatives, reaping the benefits of scale in terms of procurement of inputs, availing common services, storage, marketing, value chain, development and alignment of support infrastructure. The outcome will be the reduction in yield gap, availability of inputs and infrastructure facility, value chain development, increase in income and local employment, and the decline in migration. Next will be the weather-based agro-advisory service and climate change. National network for medium range weather forecasting, linked agro-advisory, advisory for crop cultivation practices according to the weather forecast, insect pest forecast on the basis of weather condition, early warning of extreme climatic events, decision support system for agro-advisory service to the farmers, developing climate-smart agricultural technologies, biotic and abiotic stress management, preparation of dissemination of crop contingency plan. The outcome will be the managing vulnerability to climate change, preparedness to extreme events, mitigation to the stress and climatic changes. And the fourth major point is the plant protection. In the plant protection, the agricultural pesticides, the integration of the whole mechanism of pesticide regulation, establishment of NABL accredited lab for pesticide residue analysis, strengthening mechanism of monitoring of the pesticides. The outcome will be the reduced cost of registration and residue analysis, useful to exporters and the indirectly beneficial to the farmers. Check the spread of spurious and ineffective pesticides. The second point is the surveillance of pests and diseases. The policies to be fixed for surveillance of pests and diseases, monitoring of resistance and resurgence in the pest, determination of the MRLs in food, water, and soil. The outcome will be the forecasting for timely management of the disease and pest. Use of the pesticides can be optimized, minimize the pollution, and improve the health of flora and fauna. The next point is the establishment of plant health clinic. The establishment of multidisciplinary plant health clinic at taluka levels. It resulted into the timely diagnosis and control of the pest and disease to aware the farmers for safe handling of the agrochemicals. And the next point is the biorational management of the pest and diseases. The encourage use of the biorationals, incentive to the startups for the mass production of the biorationals, establishment of biorational production units at SAUs or government institutes. The result will be the avoid the injudicious use of the chemical pesticides, reduce the dependency on the chemical pesticide, better management of the major pest by conserving the biodiversity, providing quality biorationals to farmers at the cheaper rates. And the fifth point is the biofertilizers, enhancing production and application of the biofertilizer under flagship project at the APMCs and SAUs. The outcome will be the reduced dependence on the chemical fertilizers, enhance the soil fertility and crop productivity, the and sixth point is under the plant protection mushroom cultivation, encouraging the production of the spawn, development of the expertise in the mass production and the marketing of the mushrooms, and the outcome will be this spawn made available at locally. Mushroom growers develop skill and expertise in production and marketing, as well as their livelihood increase in the rural area. Next is the apiculture, the establishment of the apiculture research and training institute, standardization of the protocol of beekeeping, and the outcome will be the pros as important subsidiary occupation to the farmers and increase in crop yield in cross-pollinated crops. The eighth point in the plant protection, vertebrate pest management, availing the physical and biological barriers to manage the vertebrate at local level, implementation of user-friendly schemes for farm protection, financial assistance for farm protection structures. The outcome will be the reduced the human-wildlife conflict and a long-term solution to protect the crop and the lives. And in the agriculture, finance and the marketing, the first point is the alleviating financial distress, the promoting self liquidating short duration marketing loans, operationalizing the credit linked warehousing facilities at APMC level, proliferating pledge financing through rural grow down network, availing interest free credit up to 50% of the value of produce on accredited warehouses receipts. And the outcome will be the reduction in distressed selling farm produce, improvement in farm capital formation, better realization of the market intelligence services. The second point in the agriculture, finance and marketing is the focus on value chain approach using the blockchain technology for product traceability, appointment of accredited quality assessors at every APMC, strengthening cold chain, rural godowns and agro processing centers. The outcome of this point will be the market-led production, improvement in produced safety and quality, and high net returns. Next point in this particular point is tackling the income insecurity. The squeezing price spread with lesser number of intermediaries, promoting cooperative for horticultural commodities, encouraging group dynamics among farmers, operationalizing MSP in tune with the statewide contributions to the national output. The outcome will be this. This point is the improved bargaining capacity of the farmer and enhanced net returns. The fourth point in this finance and marketing, the providing leveraging the FPOs in the providing collateral free loans up to the Rs 25 lakh, enabling group insurance scheme for members, accommodating FPOs at the APMCs by issuing traders license. The outcome of this point is will be the improved adoption of good agricultural practices, lesser risk and higher returns. And the fifth point in the agriculture finance and marketing is creating avenues for non-farm rural employment. The organizing agro-eco tourism by using local resources, establishing agro-technical park that may serve as the agro-tourism destinations, simplifying licensing procedures, law and regulations for developing small-scale entrepreneurs in the rural areas, identifying avenues for the startups, for the incubation hubs in the rural areas, providing assistance to the rural enterprises in terms of information basis, availability of technology, technology transfer, improved credit availability, and infrastructure support and marketing support. The outcome will be the localized employment opportunities, additional income opportunities for the farming community, improves prospects of the processing and value addition at the village level. Next point, the agricultural engineering, the major point, in the agriculture engineering, the soil conservation, promotion of soil conservation practices and planning of biofuel producing plants and fuel trees, crops in the wasteland. The outcome will be the increase in the cultivated areas, improvement in the crop production. The second is the water harvesting and groundwater recharging, strengthening of water harvesting and groundwater recharging at watershed level in PPP mode, managing canal water distribution with artificial intelligence and sensors. The outcome will be the increase in the good quality irrigation water, increase in area under the irrigation. And third point in the agriculture engineering, irrigation water management. In that particular point, the research focus on low cost and user-friendly smart automatic irrigation, improving the surface irrigation efficiency by automation, use of sensors, promotion of cropping pattern according to the water availability, and establishment of micro irrigation system operation and the maintenance clinics. And the outcome of this point will be the improving water use efficiency, reduce input cost on weeding, labor, and fertilizer. And fourth point in that in agriculture engineering is controlling seawater intrusion. The diverting river flow in the interceptor channel or canal parallel to the sea coast. And it is the most important point in the coastal region. And the result outcome will be the outcome of this point will be the improvement in the quality of the soil and water in the coastal area. Next point is the farm mechanization, development of custom hiring centers on PPP mode, promotion of contract farming, development of low cost improved tools, equipments and machines, promotion of resource residue management equipments, more funding and promotion of research on the artificial intelligence, robotics and drones. The outcome will be the local availability of the equipments, implements, and timely operations, reduce the cost of cultivation. And sixth point in the agriculture engineering is the value addition, the raising the level of processing from primary to secondary, and secondary to tertiary for commodities, provide the facilities to prepare the value-added product at local level, and the outcome will be the obtain the higher prices, higher prices and employment generation. Next is the energy generation. Next. Post harvest management. Development on farm processing and mechanization solutions, roll out innovative equipment, leasing models to drive process mechanism, agro processing centers on community basis, implementation of attracting and retaining youth in agriculture project in each taluka. This is the ICR project, and this area project is very good for the attracting and retaining the youth in the agriculture. The outcome of this point will be the reduce the post-harvest losses and obtain the higher prices. In the storage and marketing chains, they promote the self-help group and FPOs. Storage facility schemes should be farmers friendly. Promote integrated agri-logistics system to enable efficient transfer of produce from farm gate to end consumers. The outcome will be the reduced post-harvest losses, obtain the higher prices, reduce the price gap of the commodity between producer and the consumers. Next is the energy generation. Energy generation from the agricultural waste, the promotion of the briquetting of crops, biogas and biochar production, energy plantation on non-arable lands. The outcome will be the increase in the fuel availability, additional income from crop byproduct, and environmental conservation. And the last point in the agriculture engineering, the enhancing renewable energy sources. In this, to develop the concentrated low-cost solar photovoltaics, harvesting solar energy on farm, solar pump with micro irrigation, adoption of agrovoltaic system. The outcome will be this point will be the reduced cultivation cost, additional crop production, and eco-friendly environment. In the policy suggestions of crop improvement, the seed entrepreneurship and startups. The policy suggestion is to establish startup of farmers seed enterprises for agricultural graduates for production and supply of improved seeds, and to establish seed storage at village level under CSR fund. Then seed bank and seed world, to establish the region-wide seed bank for maintenance of foundation and certified seed of different crop to ensure the timely availability. And in the strategy in the seed priming, the provide fund to strengthen the R&D on seed priming, pelleting, coating in SIUs and government agency. In the seed quality assurance and testing, to frame guideline of DNA barcoding system for tracking the breeder and subsequent stage of seed production and supply and distribution system. In next, seed rolling plan to demonstrate the newly developed variety or hybrid on farmers field in the on the cluster base. in cold storage facility to establish region-wide adequate crop-specific cold storage facilities with a nominal rate. In organic seed production, to create a seed chain for providing the certified organic seed at village level. Conservation of medicinal and aromatic plants, to set up strategies for production, value addition, and marketing of medicinal and aromatic plants. Next, and quality planting material. In the horticultural horticulture group, the quality planting material to establish the certified vegetable seedling nurseries at village level. In the area expansion of forestry and arid fruit crop, the policy suggestion is to establish social forestry at village level on vast, barren and fallow land by growing high valued forest crop. And second is to promote cultivation of arid and minor fruit crops. In the strategy mechanization in horticulture crop, the policy suggestion is to provide financial assistance to high density planting, rejuvenation and canopy management, and to promote automation and mechanization on cooperative basis. Next, in the strategy expansion of domestic horticulture, the policy suggestion is to establish the startup for high-tech horticulture innovations by protected cultivation, hydroponics, aeroponics, aquaponics, spices park, kitchen or terrace gardening, horticulture tourism, and vertical farming. In the second suggestion, to promote startup for flower drying and related products, urban gardening, city landscaping, bioaesthetic planning, etc. in the urban area. And the strategy for the protected cultivation of high valued vegetable and flowers, the policy suggestion to promote off-seasonal cultivation of the vegetable and flowers and to establish horticlinic at district level. Next, in organic strategy in organic farmers, the policy suggestion to encourage the startups for organic input producing involving rural youth, to subsidize organic inputs, to establish infrastructure for input availability, product analysis and market at taluka or district level. In the strategic dry farming technologies, the policy suggestion is to need scheme for integrated farming system for dry farming or rain-fed areas. In the strategy management of the problematic soils, the policy suggestion is to strengthen the scheme for soil salinity appraisal for monitoring of salt affected areas and poor quality irrigation water and their reclamation measures. And second is to restrict the mining and groundwater exploration in coastal area. And third one is to create interceptor canal across the entire sea coast of the Gujarat. Next, in the strategy integrated farming system, the policy suggestion is to promote crop diversification, new crops, cropping system, etc. And second is to establish treatment plant for recycling of waste and effluent to agriculture under strict monitoring by government agencies, and to provide financial incentives for the establishing biocompost unit, and to set up multidisciplinary advisory service cell for integrated farming farmers. Next strategy, agriculture pesticide, the policy suggestion to integrate the whole mechanism of pesticide regulation under one umbrella by creating division for registration, bioassay, quality control, residue, biotech, environmental impact, and import and export division. And the second is to establish well-equipped NABL accredited quarantine and pesticide testing laboratories, good laboratory practices in each state or SAUs across the country. And third is to strengthen the CIB with agricultural expertise. And PGPRs like biofertilizers, bioagents, microbial formulation, etc. should be excluded from the FCO and CID. And the strategy of surveillance and pest and diseases, the policy suggestion is to frame the policy or to fix agencies for surveillance of pest and disease invasion as well as forecasting of disease pest incidences. Next strategy is to establishment of plant health clinic. Policy suggestion to establish multidisciplinary plant health clinic at taluka level. And the strategy biorational management of pest and diseases, the policy suggestion is to incentivize startup for mass production of bioagents and biofertilizers. And second is to exempt SAUs or government institute from registration and licensing for mass production and distribution of biopesticides and biofertilizers. Next strategy to mushroom cultivation. Policy suggestion to encourage the private agencies, farmers, NGOs for production and marketing of palm. In strategy apiculture, the policy suggestion is to encourage the private agencies, farmers, NGOs for apiculture. In the strategy vertebrate pest management, the suggestion is to extend animal hostel panjra poles for stray cattle. And next is to provide financial assistance for farmers friendly farm protection structures. And third one is to strict monitoring and implementation of policy for vertebrate pest. And last in the irrigation water management strategy point, the policy suggestion is to give the equal subsidy for all farmers, irrespective of categories based on the caste, land holding, size, etc. And another is to authorize agricultural engineering graduate for the MIS operation and maintenance service centers. Next point is the soil conservation. Next, farm mechanization, and policy suggestion is to establish a separate directorate of agriculture engineering to execute, monitor, and disseminate various farm mechanization, waterside management, irrigation, and command area development program, agro-processing, renewable energy, and protected cultivation, etc. And next suggestion is to establish more number of farm machinery and implements testing centers to accelerate the service to the machinery manufacturers. And strategy point, post-harvest management, the suggestion for particular point is to make provision of license waiving and license and incentive for on-farm processors. In the strategy value addition, the suggestion is to establish agro-processing unit on cooperative basis at taluka or district level. In the strategy enhancing renewable energy sources, suggestion is to more flexibility for loans for photovoltaic panels installation for small and medium enterprises and residential consumers. And the second is to increase the purchasing prices of net electricity generation from solar plants. Next is the not but last is the farmers, make the farmers nirbhay to make him atmanirbhar, because farmers is under the bhai at each and every stages of the crop production, from sowing to the harvesting up to the selling up to the marketing. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Okay, now over to Nisha madam. આપણે એને ભાઈ એને પાછું ઓલો એને હોસ્ટ બનાવવો પડશે ને આપણને હોસ્ટ કરી દીધા એને હેલો હેલો નિશાબેન આપણે હોસ્ટ છે કે કોસ્ટ ભાઈ હેલો
ભાઈ દેવલ સાહેબ સ્પીકર ને બદલે પેનલ વ્યૂ કરી નાખો ને
ભાઈ તમે જ કરી લો ને ત્યાંથી મોનિટરિંગ.
નિશાબેન
પાઠક સર
આપણે કહી દઈએ પાઠક સર
એક અવાજ જ નથી આવતો.
હેલો સર પંડ્યા સાહેબ તમારે છે ને હોસ્ટ ડીઆર કિરીટ શેલતના આઈડી પર આપવું પડશે બીકોઝ રેકોર્ડિંગ ત્યાં થાય છે 3 સિસ્ટમ અલગ અલગ ચાલે છે અહીંયા આગળ એટલા માટે
આપી દીધો મેડમ
ઓકે ઓકે હા હા થઈ ગયું
આપી દીધું તમને
આપી દીધું
મને આપ્યું ઓ માય ગોડ મારે ટ્રાન્સફર કરવું પડશે
ત્યાંથી ત્યાં આપી દો.
Okay. Now we have a BR Shah Sahib, Randhawa Sahib. So we have other experts also. So BR Shah Sahib, you would like to share your views for this JU presentation?
Right now there is no any suggestions for the JU. It's a very elaborative and good suggestions, good presentation. So that will cover everything of the agriculture, not only JU, but the total agriculture scenario they have given. So it's an excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. From Junagadh.
Thank you, Shah Sahib. Now I request to Randhawa Sahib if he have some expert views. Randhawa Sahib. Request to Acharya Sahib for his expert view. Randhawa Sahib.
Good evening, ma'am, and good evening, everybody. I think it was a good theoretical and learning presentation, having weird gamut of establishing our seed vault in Himalayan region to one district, one crop model. But how far the JU can walk the talk, I think that is the question. And the clear-cut method, clear-cut plan for the 2 years, that was really lacking in this presentation. And I think if they include this, 2 years plan in that precise plan, that would be better. Thank you.
Thank you, Acharya Sahib, for your valuable feedback. Request Shalat Sahib for request and Shalat Sahib for his expert view, sir. Shalat Sahib. Then Pathak Sahib.
સાહેબ આપનું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન બહુ સરસ હતું. મારે 3-4 વાત કરવી છે. એક તો વર્ક પ્લાન આપણે આમાં જરૂરી છે કે 21-22 માં એટલે આખો વર્ષમાં શું થશે અને આવતા વર્ષમાં શું થશે. બીજી જે વાત સૌરાષ્ટ્ર માટે ખાસ છે અને આમ તો આખા રાજ્ય માટે છે કે ચાઇનીઝ કંપનીઓ છે, યુરોપની કંપનીઓ છે, એ બધા બાયોપેસ્ટિસાઇડ્સ જુદા જુદા નામે વેચે છે. હવે એ બાયોપેસ્ટિસાઇડ્સ કોઈએ સર્ટિફાઈ કરેલા નથી હોતા અને ખેડૂતોને લોભામણી રીતે એ લોકો પેલા જે
જી સર.
સર
અવાજ જતો રહ્યો.
એક જ સેકન્ડ.
આ બાયોપેસ્ટિસાઇડ્સ જે વાત છે એને થરો ચેકિંગ કેવી રીતે થાય આપનું અને ડાયરેક્ટર એગ્રીકલ્ચરના સંયોગમાં રહીને આપણી લેબમાં આ બધા બાયોપેસ્ટિસાઇડ્સ જુદા જુદા સેન્ટરો પર વેચાય છે એ મંગાવીને ટેસ્ટ કરાવવા જોઈએ અને એની સામે કાર્યવાહી કરવી જોઈએ. આ આપણે પ્રોએક્ટિવ બેઝિસ પર કરવાની જરૂર છે. બીજું, યુનિવર્સિટી જે બાયોપેસ્ટિસાઇડ ડેવલપ કર્યા છે એ હાઉ ધે કેન બી મલ્ટીપ્લાઇડ થ્રુ એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર્સ, તે આપે વિચારવું જોઈએ. બીજી વાત એ છે કે આપણી પાસે તો રેડિયો સર્વિસ છે,
જી સર, આપનો અવાજ નથી આવતો.
આ ફરી પાછો મ્યુટ થઈ ગયો છે. હા, હવે એટલે ક્લાઇમેટ રિલેટેડ સર્વિસીસમાં Dr. Acharya has done good work which I mentioned in earlier presentation also. એટલે ચારેય યુનિવર્સિટીના એગ્રોમેટ્રોલોજીસ્ટ એકવાર જો વ્યવસ્થિત રીતે ફિલ્ડની મુલાકાત કોઈ એક જગ્યાએ ગોઠવીને આખું સમજાવે કે મંથ વાઇઝ આપણે એડવાઇઝરી આપવાની જરૂર છે થ્રુ કેવીકે, તો જ આ ખેડૂતોને આપણે ક્લાઇમેટ રિલેટેડ બાબતમાં મદદ કરી શકીએ. અને આઈ થિંક ઓવરઓલ એપ્રોચ સારો છે. આપે 10 ક્રોપ પણ માંથી કયા પ્રાયોરિટાઇઝ કરવા જોઈએ બધી વાતો થઈ ગઈ છે. એટલે અભિનંદન, ઇટ ઇઝ અ ગુડ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન.
સર, આપણે પેલો દર વીકે આપણે એડવાઇઝરી બુલેટિન આપીએ છીએ સર.
એવું નહીં ભાઈ, એવું તમે જનરલ આપો છો, આપણે તો ડિસ્ટ્રિક્ટ વાઇઝ જોઈએ છે. તમે આપો છો જનરલ, ઇટ ઇઝ આખા રિજિયનમાં વોટ ઇઝ હેપનિંગ ઇન જુનાગઢ એન્ડ વોટ ઇઝ હેપનિંગ ઇન અમરેલી ઇઝ ટોટલી ડિફરન્ટ.
જી સર, જી સર.
બરાબર. અને કેવી કે છે જ તમારી પાસે દરેક જિલ્લા. આ મેટ્રોલોજી ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ એગ્રીમેન્ટ આપે જ છે જિલ્લા બાર માહિતી.
સર, સમજી ગયા.
એને રિલેટેડ એગ્રો એડવાઇઝરી, અને જ્યાં એગ્રીમેન્ટ ઇઝ નોટ ઇન્વોલ્વ, માનો કે અત્યારે પોસ્ટ હાર્વેસ્ટ ઓપરેશન છે તો એમાં એગ્રીમેન્ટ એની માત્ર પવનની બાબતની વાત કરશે કે પવનની સ્પીડ કેટલી છે, તો એ કહી શકે કે ક્યારે હાર્વેસ્ટિંગ કરવું જોઈએ. અને ગરમીની વાત છે, હવે જેમ આગળ જઈએ અમે તો ક્યાં સ્ટોર કરવું જોઈએ જેથી ગરમીથી અસર ન થાય, પણ એને વધારે આપવાની જરૂર છે માર્કેટ રિલેટેડ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન આ સમયમાં કે ભાઈ તમારા ક્રોપ આ જગ્યાએ વેચો. ધીઝ આર એવરેજ પ્રાઇસીસ ઓફ એપીએમસીસ ઓફ સૌરાષ્ટ્ર, ગુજરાત, ઓફ દિલ્હી, એમ. બરાબર છે. પ્રોએક્ટિવ બેઝિસ પર જિલ્લા બારાને કેવી કે પાસે માણસો છે જ, કામ લેવાનું જરૂરી છે. એમને તમે ગાઈડન્સ આપશો તો આ બધું સરળ છે, બધું ઉપલબ્ધ છે. આમાંનું કશું એપીએમસી નો ડેટા અવેલેબલ છે, આપણે જાણીએ છીએ કયા ક્રોપ છે, આપણી પાસે એગ્રીમેન્ટની એડવાઇઝરી છે, બધું જ છે.
થેન્ક યુ શલદ સાહેબ, તમારા માર્ગદર્શન માટે આપનો આભાર સાહેબ. હવે હું રિક્વેસ્ટ કરીશ પાઠક સાહેબને, પટેલ સાહેબને એમના માર્ગદર્શન અને વ્યૂઝ માટે. પાઠક સાહેબ.
હા, થેન્ક યુ ઈશાબેન. પ્રથમ તો ચોટિયાબેને ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન કે ખૂબ જ એલેબોરેટિવલી વર્ક પ્લાન અને એની સાથે સાથે આઉટકમ અને પછી પોલિસી સજેશન્સ પણ દરેક 6 હેડની અંદર જે વાતો કરી એમાં એમણે આપ્યા છે. મારું આમાં સૂચન એક જ છે, જેમ શાહ સાહેબે કહ્યું, ભરતભાઈ શાહે, કે આ તો આખા ગુજરાતના બધા જ વિભાગોને એગ્રીકલ્ચરના જે લાગુ પડે એ ટાઈપના વર્ક પ્લાનના સૂચનો અને પોલિસી સૂચનો છે. અને આપણે અમુક સૂચનો એવા છે કે જે આપણે નહીં કરી શકીએ, સરકાર જ કરી શકે. દાખલા તરીકે સીડ એક્ટમાં ચેન્જ કરવો છે, ફોરેસ્ટ એક્ટમાં ચેન્જ કરવાની વાત કરી. આપણા પરવ્યુમાં આવવાનું જ નથી. ઠીક પોલિસી સજેશનમાં વી કેન ગીવ કે ભાઈ આવું થાય તો વધુ સારું રહે. પ્લસ બાયો ફર્ટિલાઇઝર, બાયો પેસ્ટિસાઇડનું કામ ખૂબ એક્સલન્ટ છે. અને તમે એમાં પણ બતાવ્યું કે એગ્રીકલ્ચર ગ્રેજ્યુએટના સીડ માટે સ્ટાર્ટઅપ બનાવવું, કે આમાં બાયો પેસ્ટિસાઇડ, બાયો ફર્ટિલાઇઝર અને હની બી માટે એ બધામાં બતાવ્યું. એ વર્ક પ્લાન સારો છે, ખૂબ જ સારો છે. હવે આમાં એક મને એવો એક ખ્યાલ છે કે આપણે એક ટાર્ગેટેડ ઈલ્ડનું, કારણ આમાં સવારમાં ડીજી સાહેબ કહેતા હતા કે ગ્રાઉન્ડનટની અંદર ગુજરાત કરી શકે એમ છે. ગ્રાઉન્ડનટમાં આપણા પાસે એનાલિસિસ છે જ. જે મુકુલ ગઈકાલે વાત કરતા હતા, આપણી પાસે આપણા બધા ડિસ્ટ્રિક્ટના એનાલિસિસ છે કે ક્યાં આગળ વધુ ઉત્પાદન થાય છે, ક્યાં ઓછું થાય છે. એ ડેટા બધા જ આપણી પાસે છે. આપણે અગાઉ કરેલું પણ છે એના આધારે. અને હવે એમાં ટાર્ગેટેડ ઈલ્ડના આપણા જે રિસર્ચ છે એ ફિલ્ડ ઉપર લઈ જવા માટે આપણે કેટલા ડેમોન્સ્ટ્રેશન કરવા, એના મુજબ શું કરીએ. કારણ એ એવું છે કે આપણે નક્કી કરીએ કે ભાઈ ચાલો 3 ટન ઉત્પાદન લેવું છે, તો 3 ટન ઉત્પાદન માટે આ સોઇલની અંદર આટલું ખાતર વાપરવું પડે, આ કરવું પડે. એ બધા આપણા ઘણા ડેટા છે એના. એટલે એને એક કરવા જેવું છે. સીડ બેંકનું તમારું સૂચન બહુ જરૂરી છે. અને સીડ બેંક દરેક યુનિવર્સિટીની અંદર હોવી જ જોઈએ. કારણ આપણી યુનિવર્સિટી મેઇન રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી ઇઝ ટુ પ્રોવાઈડ ધી બ્રીડર સીડ, એન્ડ ફોર બ્રીડર સીડ ધી ન્યુક્લિયસ સીડ ઇઝ ટુ બી પ્રોડ્યુસ. એટલે ન્યુક્લિયસ અને બ્રીડર, અને એ પણ આપણે ઓછામાં ઓછું 2 સિઝન 3 સિઝનનું સંગ્રહ કરવું પડે. મગફળી જેવાની અંદર જ્યારે આપણી પાસે 10-12 વેરાયટીઓ હોય, બીજા પાકોની અંદર વેરાયટીઓ હોય, તો એક સીડ બેંકનું સારી રીતે સ્ટોરેજ થઈ શકે. લોંગ ટર્મ ન કરીએ તો પણ શોર્ટ ટર્મ સ્ટોરેજ 5 વર્ષનું થઈ શકે. એવું એક જે તમારું સૂચન છે ખૂબ સરસ છે. અને હું માનું છું દરેક યુનિવર્સિટીએ આ એક કરવું જોઈએ. આપણે એક વર્ક પ્લાનની અંદર કોકોનટના પ્લાન્ટલેટ માટેનો તમે થોડું બતાવજો ગમે ત્યારે જાય આમાં આવે ત્યારે. ફાર્મ મિકેનાઇઝેશનનું તમે ખૂબ સારું બતાવ્યું છે અને એ કર્યું છે. એમાં ખાસ કરીને ઇરિગેશન, વોટર મેનેજમેન્ટનું વિશે તમારી જે પોલિસી વાત હતી એ પણ ખૂબ સરસ વાતો હતી અને ખૂબ સારું હતું. ફાર્મ મિકેનાઇઝેશનની અંદર મેં કહ્યું ને કે ભરતભાઈ કહેતા તેવું, કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ ફાર્મિંગ ને કસ્ટમ હાયરિંગ ને these are not in the purview of the university. Certainly it can be more useful for the Department of Agriculture or the Department of Horticulture. એટલે અમુક એવા બધા જે છે એ સિવાયનો તમારું ઓવરઓલ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન ખૂબ સારું હતું. એગ્રીકલ્ચર ફાઇનાન્સ માર્કેટિંગમાં પણ તમે જે ખૂબ સારું બતાવ્યું છે. એટલે અમુક પોઈન્ટો જે આપણે યુનિવર્સિટી કરી શકીએ એવા છે, એને થોડા જુદા તારવી અને એના આધારે તમે 2 વર્ષનો સરસ સાબિત કરી એમ એ વર્ક પ્લાન બનાવો. ખાસ કરીને દાખલા તરીકે યુનિવર્સિટી વેરી ગુડ વર્ક ફોર ધી સીડ પ્રોડક્શન, અને ધેટ ટુ ઇઝ વિથ ધી સબસિડી ઓફ ધી એ કામ કદાચ દેશની અંદર કોઈ યુનિવર્સિટીઓ આપણે આવું જેવું કરતું નથી. 200 ટન જેવું મગફળીને સીડ કરીએ. અને એવા જ જે તમે એ પણ કહ્યું એ બહુ સારું કહ્યું છે. અને ધેટ ઇઝ ઓલ્સો જો વિભાગમાંથી કે બીજા ખાતામાંથી જો અધિકારી હોય તો મારી પણ એક વિનંતી છે અને એમનું સૂચન છે કે જ્યારે યુનિવર્સિટી આટલું બધું 200 ટન જેટલું ટ્રાયકોડર્મા અને 200 ટન જેટલું ડિવેરિયા પેદા કરવી અને મેટારાઇઝિયા એ ખેડૂતોના આટલા બધા સસ્તા ભાવે આપતું હોય, ત્યારે એને એક જે કાયદાકીય ગૂંચની અંદર નાખી અને બંધ કરી દેવામાં આવે, એ આફ્ટર ઓલ તો ખેડૂતને નુકસાન છે. એમાં યુનિવર્સિટીને કદાચ આવક ન થાય, યુનિવર્સિટીને તો આવક નહીં થાય તો સરકાર આપશે પૈસા, પણ ખેડૂતોને જીન્યુઅલ મટીરિયલ મળતું બંધ થઈ ગયું છે. અને સલત સાહેબે જે વાત કરી કે અત્યારે બાયોપેસ્ટિસાઇડ ને બાયોસ્ટિમ્યુલન્ટના નામે બધું કેટલું વેચાય છે, એ જ્યારે વેચાઈ રહ્યું છે ત્યારે એક બાજુ તમે જીન્યુઅલ મટીરિયલ આપી રહ્યા છો, તો એને આ કાયદાકીય ગૂંચમાંથી બહાર કાઢવાનું આપનું સૂચન ખૂબ જ સારું સૂચન છે અને મારી પણ વિભાગને અને ખાતાને વિનંતી છે કે આમાં તમે જે કંઈ થતું હોય એ જે જોઈ લેવું પડે એ જોઈ અને આનાથી એડવાન્ટેજ પાછો વિદ્યાર્થીઓનો છે. આમાં મોટાભાગનું કામ વિદ્યાર્થીઓ કરતા હતા. એક વિદ્યાર્થીને 18,000 રૂપિયા મળેલા છે. એટલે આ વિદ્યાર્થીને પ્રેક્ટિસ થાય શીખવાની સાથે સાથે એમાંથી કોઈ ભવિષ્યની અંદર એમાંથી જે કામ કરેલું હોય તો એ પોતે પણ એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર બની શકે અથવા તો ક્યાંક એ બંધ કરેલું હોય તો કોઈક જગ્યાએ એને નોકરી રાખવામાં પણ એને ખૂબ અનુકૂળતા થઈ પડે એવી આવી બધી જે સૂચનો છે તમારા સારા છે અને માટે ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન છે. ક્રોપ ઇમ્પ્રુવમેન્ટની અંદર તમે દરેકની અંદર ખૂબ ડિટેલની અંદર જઈ અને એક એક બાબતોની વાત કરી છે. એટલે હવે આમાંથી સાહેબે કહ્યું એમ આપણા 2 વર્ષનો એક્શન પ્લાન જુદા જુદા પાકો માટેનો એ બનાવી દઈએ અને એ સૌરાષ્ટ્રને અને બધા આપણા 10 જિલ્લાઓને ખૂબ જ ઉપયોગી થશે. ખાસ કરીને કોકોનટ, મેંગો. એક સેક્રેટરી સાહેબે એટલે ડીજી સાહેબે કહ્યું કે કેસર મેંગોનું એનાલિસિસ કરવાની જરૂર છે એલોંગ વિથ ધી અધર જે સવારે વાત કરતા હતા ડીજી સાહેબ એને પણ તમે જરાક ધ્યાનમાં લઈ લો કે બાયોકેમિકલ એનાલિસિસ વાય કેસર ઇઝ બેટર દેન ધી અધર વેરાયટીઝ અથવા કેસરથી બીજા એમાં કયા તત્વો છે કે જે હ્યુમન હેલ્થની અંદર પણ ઉપયોગી થઈ પડે એમાં કદાચ આપણે બીજા કોઈની મદદ લેવી પડે તો એ પણ લઈને એ કેસરનું કરવા જેવું છે જેથી સાહેબ સવારે ડીજી સાહેબનું સૂચન હતું એ થઈ શકે. સોયાબીન એક આપણા ત્યાં ક્યાંક વધારવાની જરૂર છે ખાસ કરીને જ્યાં વરસાદ પાણી ન ભરાઈ જતું હોય એવા વિસ્તારની અંદર એટલે એ પણ એક ઓઇલસીડનું ઉત્પાદન એ ઓઇલસીડનો આપણો બાઉલ છે ખૂબ સારી વેરાયટીઓ થઈ છે અને એને પુશઅપ કરવાની ખૂબ જરૂર છે. જે આપણી 36 નંબર છે કે હાઈ ઓઇલ 53% ઓઇલ એટલે તો બહુ જ કહેવાય એમ આવી વેરાયટીઓને આપણે પુશઅપ કરીએ અને એમાં આપણે તમે જે સીડ પ્રોડક્શનનો આખો પ્લાન આપ્યો છે એ પણ ખૂબ સારા છે. તેથી મારા ખૂબ ખૂબ અભિનંદન છે. આમાંથી થોડું તારવીને 2 વર્ષનો આપણે પ્લાન કર્યો એવી મારી વિનંતી છે.
થેન્ક યુ સર. થેન્ક યુ સર. આપના આશીર્વાદથી આ બધું
ના ના તો તમે બધા મહેનત કરો છો ને.
Ishaben?
Yes, sir. Patel, sir.
Okay. Dr. Chovatia, the presentation was really very nice and totally broad-based, encompassing almost everything. I appreciate the views of Dr. Acharya, Dr. Pathak Sahib and Dr. Shelat Sahib. I will not repeat. I endorse the views. મારે 2-3 બાબત ખાલી એડ કરવી છે further કે number 1 is based number of areas have been identified broad based including NRM to engineering and processing and everything. You will have to identify the priority areas which you can take it up within 2 years time maximum, because some of the areas even for 10 years it would continue, you may not succeed. Some of the areas, not all. But overall the plan what is made is very good. Outcome also well explained. So number 1 is to find out year wise what are the priority areas, and then it within that 1 year or 2 years it should complete. So that time frame wise, if you plan out, probably it will lead to better result. Number 2 is the areas which needs policy interventions, probably based on your research findings or the scientists who have experience in those areas. The document or probably the good application or the proposal should be sent to the government, including ICR, that these kind of policy interventions are required at national level and state level, and why these policy interventions are required, explaining all those details. I'll just quickly give one example. For example, Anand Agriculture University had planned the solar agri farm with the support from government of Gujarat Power Department, Energy Department, and then with a height of 6 feet solar panels, all in 2-hectare area, more than 2,000 panels were erected 2 by 1 meter size. And the crop cultivation was also carried out because the row to row spacing was very wide, maybe more than 15 meters or so. And that could produce additional solar energy, almost 1.5 to 2 megawatt, At the same time, the reduction in yield in some of the crops was hardly 10%, whereas in some crop which doesn't require higher solar radiation, the crop production was increased to 15%. So based on that, then the government of India framed the policy. And that is how the solar agri power project is now ongoing. So similar type of interventions are almost are available for different crops and technologies, including animal husbandry, with the scientists of all the 4 universities. What part is simply, recommendations are being made. Now to see that the recommendations ultimately is being followed, some policy interventions wherever required, probably the universities need to really put it before the state government and government of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your suggestions. We will try to incorporate in our next program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patel Sahib, તમારા માર્ગદર્શન અને views માટે. I think, yes, Dr. Embuya is now joining, so he's on the time because now session is come on the end. Dr. Embuya?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Fine.
Good morning, Dr. Embuya. Welcome. And sorry to wake you up
I'm
at
sorry.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Cold.
How's everybody?
Good morning, Embuya.
Morning. How are you doing?
I woke up Dr. Embuya by telephoning now.
I'm sorry I overslept. I thought I'll be able to wake up, but I don't know. I didn't wake. So I hope everybody is okay.
Okay.
Everybody is good.
So I don't know where we are in the agenda so that I can jump in while I'm still waking up.
No, I think you can give your ideas related to agriculture unity's vision for short term and long term. What role they should play in Gujarat? Yeah, keeping specific Gujarat because your observation will be valid for all the 4 universities. So make a general statement, then you can speak about Anand, Junagadh, whatever you like specifically also.
Okay. What I can say about agriculture, agriculture is a science, and it should be taken so. And if we are to proceed in agricultural sciences and development in India, we have to have a multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary approach. You cannot deal with one thing. So we have to deal with all disciplines related and not related to agriculture. The normal type of agriculture is no longer the way to go these days. I'll try to explain a little bit. There are sciences which are related to agriculture. For example, soil science, agronomy, plant pathology, because plants get sick, plant physiology, and all that. That is necessary, but not sufficient. These days, we are bringing things which are not, they're not traditional in agricultural production. For example, here in the United States, we are dealing with disciplines which are not traditionally related to agriculture. For example, as resources become very scarce, we have to optimize them. So we find that we are using things like the Internet of the Things. How is Internet incorporated in agricultural production? How is the robotics incorporated in agricultural production? Artificial intelligence, cloud computing, machine learning. These were things which were perhaps left to other disciplines, but they are brought into agriculture. Economics. So we have to involve all disciplines, not only at the university level, but even in convocational schools. So what I'm saying is that we have to be multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary. We also have to use a system approach. Agriculture a farm is the most sophisticated engineered system. So when you are talking about a system, it involves all parts, not only from the farm, but from the processing, from the packaging, from the marketing. I have visited, for example, I have visited India about 5 times, and thank you to Dr. Shelat. I started with Dr. Shelat, and I see a lot of people we have worked together there, Dr. Patel, Nishita, we have worked together, everybody. So agriculture, it has to be a system. From the time you prepare your farm, when you are cultivating, to the time you are to the producer. What I saw in agriculture, sometimes in India, we are becoming a victim of our success. When we produce too much, the price goes down. And who suffers is the farmer. So the the Indian agriculture should also be international oriented. We have to think outside India. When you produce too much and you cannot use everything, that means that you are self-defeating. The other thing I also saw in India was the middleman. There are too many middlemen and the farmer remains with very little. I don't know if my observation was correct or not, but that's what I saw. So there has to be a way of, I'm not saying that we can eliminate the middleman, but we have to minimize that, too many middlemen, and that also cuts into the farmer's profit. Now, as I said earlier, agriculture is a science, and the universities have to be involved. But in these days, there's no one institution which can work alone. We have to have a multi-institutional approach. Perhaps there's something which is at Anandi Agricultural University, but it is not at Junagadh and vice versa. So experts from different universities and different departments, different disciplines have to work together to find a common solution. Our problems have become more and more complicated. So we cannot use the same approach we created the problems 100 years ago to solve them today. As I said that as the population is increasing, resources are becoming scarcer and scarcer. As I said, I'd like to repeat that we have to have a system approach. When you are talking about crisis anywhere, a crisis is a system approach. It's like when you have a car, it has tires, it has the steering wheel, it has the windows, air, and all that. Now, when you are dealing with a system, you have to prioritize. For example, if you have a journey and you have a flat tire, you can always change the tire and you'll have a trip. But if the engine knocks, you can know that there's no trip on that day. So we have to prioritize. You cannot just shoot in the dark. For example, I'll ask, what is the resources are scarce everywhere. What is the priority for Gujarat? Long-term and short-term. If you have a plan for 1 year, you plant wheat. But if you plan for 50 years, you plant trees. I'm not saying that one excludes the other, but you have to prioritize accordingly. Without having a roadmap, it is like shooting in the dark. And I'm happy that Dr. Shalat came with the idea of having a roadmap. Anybody has to have a roadmap. And I remember when I came to India, I said that if you have a short trip, you can go alone. But we have a long trip, we have to go with somebody. Dr. Pataki reminds me, since I'm still asleep, what did I forget? I talk about multidisciplinary approach, and that's what we call disruptive technology, like the internet. The internet, you can do everything with from teaching in classes or communicating as we are communicating right now, online banking, almost everything. So we have to think big. India has to think big, and I'm sure it is thinking big. Disruptive technology, those small plots of doing research is something of the past. It is used, but it is not a multidisciplinary approach. Have a long vision, involve everybody. If possible, involve even the religious people. Sometimes we need some prayers for those believers. Holistic approach, have a roadmap, involve everybody. And in the past, we had a problem that the social scientists were left behind. We thought that only the engineers and the plant breeders matter. No, these days, everybody, even knowing the perception of the people is important. I remember one time I was working in Latin America and we were producing beans. These were black beans. They are the ones producing a lot. But when we brought to the people, we didn't talk to the people. People in that area did not eat black beans because they mix the beans with the banana and the beans make the banana black. So people didn't like them, although they are the most productive beans, but people don't use them. So as I said earlier, the nutritional value of anything is zero, of any food is zero if the food is not eaten. So we have to involve social scientists, rural sociologists have to be involved, economists have to be involved. It's not only the biophysical sciences. No, the social sciences are important to know how we are thinking as individuals, as a nation. It is important as we go together because you cannot force people to produce. People have to be convinced that they are producing not only for the benefit of the nation, but for the benefit of their families or vice versa. One thing also I'd like to say is that governments cannot do this alone. We have to involve civil society. We have to involve NGOs. We have to involve charity and faith organizations. So this should not only be a government effort. Everybody has to be involved. The government cannot force things through people's throat. People have to be convinced that we are doing this for ourselves, we are doing this for India, we are doing this for the world. Dr. Singh came to the United States one time when he was talking about from begging bowl to now India is exporting. Things did not happen overnight. We have had a lot of progress in India, but this is just the beginning. We cannot forget the nature and the environment. We have to plan with nature. Once you go against nature, it's very difficult. So when we are planning for agriculture, we have to involve the environment. For example, now we are talking about soil health. Soil should not be sterile. Right now, I'm trying to write a book with one professor in India. We are trying to deal with the soil health. Soil cannot be sterile. So we have to take a lot about soil. Food does not come from the grocery stores. Food comes from the soil. So soil is one of the most useful resource. Too often in the past, we were just putting fertilizer in the soil, pesticides in the soil. In doing so, we were slowly killing the soil. So we have to rejuvenate the soil. Soil health should have a lot of importance in India's agriculture. I think I'm still asleep and disoriented, but I'm just rambling. But if somebody can remind me something, Dr. Ravish. Hello.
Yes, Dr.
Hello?
Yes, yes.
I need somebody to wake me up and remind me, what did I forget? I requested Dr. Patak, but he did not respond.
No, you just explain about the soil. You also explain like that
I
only
think
is not
I
doing.
think Dr.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Mbuya, probably you can talk about the local application of fertilizers production in situ and all. Big
Okay.
projects we're thinking with collaboration with Anand and FAMU and many other universities of US.
Yeah, we have had a good relationship with the agricultural universities in India, mainly Junagadh and Anand, and we have trained several students, about 3 or 4 there. And in the past, when we were using fertilizer application was only based on yield. We didn't care how much is left in the soil. So, but we have realized that whatever is left in the soil perhaps is more important than what was used by the plant. Now, we have a grant of which we were involving Indian universities on how we can produce fertilizer right on the farm, depending on what we want. So every farmer will have a reactor. The hash bosh process, we only produce there, so you cut down the production, the transportation and the storage. You produce as you need. And I'm happy to tell you that our proposal was approved by NSF. Now we can write a full-fledged proposal. So you will hear me calling Anand and Junagadh. I think we are working with Dr. Ramani. Was that the case, Dr. Patel?
Yes, in morning we had a presentation with Dr. Ramani.
Okay. So what we are using now is what we call spatial temporal application of fertilizer, because the soil varies from 1 inch to another. You should not use 1 more gram into the soil if it is not required. So what we are, if we come to here, all the country is digitized, so that when you put a tractor in the field, it knows where the tractor is in terms of longitude and latitude. And using cloud computing and GIS and remote sensing, we know the history of that 1 square meter in terms of moisture, soil fertility, so we apply as it is required. Now, the computing power is there, and we have young people with bright minds. So we are coming to the second phase of precision agriculture in terms of using remote sensing, sensors and all that, to be able to give the right amount of fertilizer in the soil. That is one thing. But no matter how much fertilizer you use in the soil, water management is important. You shouldn't use too much water or too little water. You can, the efficiency of fertilizer depends on how you manage your water. That is important. Fertilizer goes with water. Now, there's another technology which we are coming for those who have taken evolution and plants. Algae is very important in agricultural production. Now, there are two types of algae. There's algae people are using, you see, in water, causing eutrophication. But there is also what we call soil algae. There is the algae in the soil. Algae even lives in the desert. In the desert, you dig the soil, you can find algae. So now I am involved in a project in which we are using soil algae to control fertilizer use. I just started that grant this month. I presented to the state of Florida that we can use algae to control harmful algal blooms in Florida. So I had asked the state about 5 million US dollars. They told me that, well, that is too much money. We need some preliminary data. So the state gave me $500,000 for 1 year. They said that give us preliminary data. If this works, we'll give you 50 million. That's what I'm working on. So we want even to bring that technology to India that we have. It's a proprietary technology. We can use the algae in Indian soils to double agriculture. How does the algae work? We identify the algae from the soil, we extract it, we culture it, and produce it in large quantities. Now, 1 gallon of algae is enough to treat 1 acre. And the preliminary data is showing us that we can cut down the use of inorganic fertilizer up to 75% without affecting the crop yield. So this is a technology I think we should bring it to India, to other parts of the world, to cut down the amount of fertilizer. You increase soil health using nature. So soon I'll start getting in touch with the Indian universities, and the ones which I've been working with a lot is Anand. We were very active when Dr. N.C. Patel was there. The activities have gone down a little bit. I might say that I had a special relationship with Dr. N.C. Patel, not only him, but with the rest of it, but it was a little bit different. I had a special relationship with Dr. Patak, Dr. N.C. Patel, but I also worked with the Excel group. But I'll work with anybody. So we are revolutionizing. Instead of using fertilizer, we are using algae. We can bring this technology to India. It's a proprietary technology. How am I working with it? Is a public-private partnership. This is a private company which has come with this technology. We are the scientists, so we are working together. And if they can make money, the farmer can make money, the environment is better for everybody. As I have said earlier, working together works. Let us work together. America and India, America and Africa, India and Africa. We even had suggested that we have a triangle, US, India, Africa. We tried to work that together. I went to India with Dr. N.C. Patel. We helped one university in India. It's called the Federal University of Technology at Mina. They were working on mycotoxin. I gave them the concept paper, and they were able to get a $5.5 million to start the Africa Center for Mycotoxin and Food Safety. Mycotoxin is also a problem, not only in Nigeria or in America, but also in India, a health problem. So as I said, we have to prioritize. The money is there, we just have to learn how to work together. Learn how to get along together based on mutual respect and trust. You can only work with somebody you trust, not only between America and India, but even your neighbor. If you can't trust your neighbor, it's a problem. So I'd like to bring about this algae, and I'll bring the topic to the company in Texas, perhaps to today when I wake up. I don't know if India is ready for algae. Nisha, is India ready for algae agriculture?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, it can be.
We can get algae. Algae is in the soil, in deserts, in arable land. We have the technology to identify it and produce it and apply it as a soil amendment. It has shown us here you can cut the application of fertilizer by 50 to 75%, but it also reduces leaching. So right now I am developing that data, and perhaps I'll go back to the state. I not only need 5 million, I need 50 million.
Sure, Dr. Mbuya, because you are working on the data, and based on that data, we can replicate your research and experience with the university, with on the farmer's field also. So we
Even,
can.
Dr. Mbuya, in rice, we recommended algae in rice. When I was working on rice, there was one trial, and in that we recommended algae for the nutritional basis. But that was not expanded in Gujarat. Even many farmers or at the research stations or at KVK in a small pit, we can produce it. Even when last week I was at Mahua in Bhavnagar, where even in Pidilite has already demonstrated the production of the algae, and that can be used for the nutritional purpose also. Some algae is also good for our human nutrition also. So that can be taken up. You are very right that algae can be very well be used for the soil health program. Thank you.
Is this the algae you are talking, the soil algae or the aquatic algae? Because in rice, the environment is much more aquatic.
He's talking of aquatic algae.
Aquatic algae.
No, the one I'm talking about is the soil algae. I have one graduate student, my master's student is developing a thesis out of that. He's collecting all the literature. So soil algae has not been used a lot, and it has a lot of other advantages we don't know. So here in Florida, we are using the soil algae to control the aquatic algae.
Professor Mbuya, don't worry. Yes. I mean, we would like to, just tell you that even though we are not there in the universities at Anand and Junagadh, myself and Professor Pathak,
yes,
but the association of FAMU is there with both the universities. Continue that and see that things move, whatever we planned. Thank you.
What I'd like to say is that, yes, I know we have to have institutions and not personalize them. That is important, but the personal, sometimes you can have a personal move and things move a little bit faster. What I am saying is that I'm open for business with India.
Right. That's right.
Hello, I have a couple of, hello.
Yes.
I have a couple of points to submit on views of the Dr. Mbuya. Dr. Mbuya, as you rightly said, that need-based nutrient management is the demand of the day. And to cover that need-based nutrient management, I think two approaches we have to address. One is site-specific nutrient management using GPS and GIS, as you rightly told, remote sensing. And secondly, STCR, that is soil test crop response, in which whatever crop demand for your nutrient, you can supply it. First, two approaches. Secondly, we have to keep always in mind that irrigation, that is water application and fertilizer application, both are interrelated for its either use efficiency. So if we manage water management, nutrient use efficiency will be good. If we manage nutrient management, water use efficiency will be good. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I may, for example, we have a technology now. You might have let's say a line of water going through, one line of water, but it is given different amount of water at every segment. You can have a sprinkler irrigation or a drip irrigation, but each outlet is giving different amount of water based on the need in the soil. So irrigation has improved a lot nowadays, and you don't have to be there. You can irrigate your farm while you're in America through GPS. You irrigate through your iPad, right? Half an hour and cut it off, because when you apply too much water, you are washing away the fertilizer away from the root zone. So it has to be precise. And GIS has gone a little bit more, and it's not only temporal, it's not only spatial, it's not only location, but also time. So it's almost like a three-dimensional. Is the spatial, the location, but also time. Nowadays, we can do some simulation and to know what will happen tomorrow. So we are using modeling in assisting us. For example, what's the point of applying fertilizer today if I know tomorrow it will rain so heavily and all the fertilizer will be washed away? So you need to know what is happening tomorrow or the day after tomorrow through numerical and mathematical modeling. So we have the ability to see the future, not exactly precisely, but if you are 95% okay, is better than not at all. Big data, we have to use big data as well. So these are the areas, I don't know how far in India is in agricultural production. So we are coming with machine learning and artificial intelligence, robotics, big data, cloud computing, on all these. These were all meant to engineering and the big schools, but we are bringing it to the farmer.
That would be really very nice.
Yeah. And now, when we are working together, I talk about this algae. Sometimes things don't work so fast. When we have IP, intellectual property, and all that, there's some legal issues we have to talk about. So that if we invent something, India is not shortchanged, America is not shortchanged. So we have to be there together, because sometimes you can start working together, everybody is smiling, but at the end of the day, nobody is at harvesting, nobody is talking with anybody, because everybody wants it by himself or herself. So we have to have terms of agreement at the beginning, especially when we know that new technology might be produced and produce millions of money. So the participants have to be involved. For example, here in America, if a scientist is involved in research and invent something here at my university, invent something, because professors don't have to die poor. So if you invent something and it is taken by corporate America and there is a patent and you are paid a royalty, the professor gets 60% and the investor gets 40%. That's how you cultivate ingenuity and innovation and all that. Too many times, because somebody has used his mind, and when it comes to the final product, they are not recognized. So we have to recognize our scientists if they have to produce. I don't know how it is with the intellectual property and royalty in India, but that is something we can also exchange. We will learn what is good from India, and you learn what is good from us, and we discard the bad things. So when it comes to intellectual property, but there's also how does academia interact with corporate India or corporate America? Capital venture, after something has been produced in the laboratory, how does it become commercialized? So sometimes the connection between industry and academia is not that strong. We produce a lot of papers and all that, they're all in shelves. That is not good. If an idea can be put into practice by corporate India or corporate America, let us try to see how we can work together in that way. In that way, you can not only sell that stuff in India, you can also sell it in other parts of the world, and everybody benefits from that. That is my working together works. I have always saying this, and I think I've said it too many times with Dr. N.C. Patel, Dr. Patrak, Dr. Kirit Shelat, and the rest of the faculty there. I'm open for business. Let's work together.
Okay, fine.
Sure, Dr. Rambuya.
Sure.
We all need to transfer the technology and the business from US to India.
Oh, yeah.
Offline, yeah, because now this is the session. We are come on the end. So now we have only 10 minutes for the GAU Vice Chancellor response and the summary. Dr. Rambuya, thank you so much on behalf of Government of Gujarat and the NCCSD. Your valuable time. You got up very early in the morning. It's I think 4:30 or 4:55 in the US, Florida, right?
Yeah, it's 4:50, 4:49 in the morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rambuya.
Always encouraging us. So your contribution is very valuable. And I think we urge you and request you, please, you are with us. Next presentation is an Navsari University presentation. Now I request Vice Chancellor Junagadh University for the just 10 minutes.
Only 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes. I will finish within 2 minutes.
Good, sir.
Thank you, Nisaben. I will incorporate all these suggestions were given by Dr. Pathak sir, Dr. N.C. Patel sir, Dr. Selat sir, Dr. Acharya sir, and all the experts who have suggested to incorporate the suggestions in our presentation. I will honestly try to incorporate all the suggestions and make it perfect and friendly, farmer friendly to incorporate all the suggestions. Thank you for giving me opportunity, and thank you for considering JAU as a part of NCCSD and this mega event. Thank you all.
થેન્ક યુ ચોવટિયા સાહેબ અને જુનાગઢ યુનિવર્સિટીના બધા ટીમ મેમ્બરનો ખાસ આભાર. ખૂબ જ સરસ ઊંડાણપૂર્વકનું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન અને ખૂબ જ સરસ ચર્ચા કરીને આપણે સાથે મળીને હજુ વધારે આને આગળ લઈ જઈને આને સ્ટ્રેન્થન કરીશું બધા. ચોવટિયા સાહેબનો ખાસ આભાર અને જુનાગઢ યુનિવર્સિટીનો પણ ખાસ આભાર. આપણે હવે we are moving on the next presentation. Now we have a Navsari University presentation. So I request Professor Mukul Ashar for his address. मुकुल भाई. પ્રોફેસર મુકુલ અશર સર તમે અનમ્યુટ છો.
એક મિનિટ હવે સંભળાય છે?
હા નમસ્તે.
ઓકે. બધાને નમસ્કાર.
Namaste.
In the time that is allotted to me, I would like to take a somewhat broader view of the coming role of agricultural universities in India. We are now accustomed to hearing that we cannot have 19th century mindset, 20th century organizations, and 21st century problems. We can't solve them with those. So there is a world over global debate which has been accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. But what should be the future role of the university? Now, I'll provide some suggestions, some ideas, but the I'm an outsider in this group. So pardon me if મારા વિચારો એકદમ જુદા હોય. આ બધા જે પ્રેઝન્ટેશન કર્યા બે નવસારીનું મને હવે હજી સુધી નથી થયું, પણ જે આનંદ ને જુનાગઢના સાંભળ્યા તે બધા મને sort of laundry list or listing જેવા લાગ્યા. એમાં large number of things કે આ કરવું જોઈએ, તે કરવું જોઈએ, આમ જોઈએ, તેમ જોઈએ, પણ એમાં priorities કંઈ નથી. You can't do everything. And કહ્યું બી કે 2 વર્ષમાં તમે શું કરશો, અને જે કર્યું છે તેમાં there was a જે presentation કર્યું છે તેમાં my thinking is that there is a misconception of objectives to be realized. આપણે mechanized farming કરીએ કે એગ્રીકલ્ચરમાં માર્કેટિંગમાં ક્યાં ચેન્જ કરીએ, ઇનપુટમાં ચેન્જ કરીએ, તો એની આઉટપુટ નથી, આ તો ઓબ્જેક્ટિવ છે કે આમાં ખર્ચો ઓછો થશે કે આવક વધશે અથવા તો the production વધશે and so on. These are not outcomes. These are objectives. Outcomes are number based. And you have to have in this connection, the universities now need to consider what is a usual practice now in government, other places as well, is called KPIs and the dashboards. Now the KPI is a key performance indicator. Key performance indicator 4 કે 5 હોય. આપણે ડોક્ટર પાસે જઈએ તો એ કે આંખ જુએ કે જીભ જુએ, નાડી જુએ, શું ખાધું તે પૂછે, 4-5 ચીજો પૂછે, તેમાંથી ડાયગ્નોસ્ટિક કરે. તો જે key performance indicators which have to be developed with lot of thinking, એ દરેક યુનિવર્સિટીમાં માટે જુદા હશે. But we need to now do the key performance indicators so that again and again what measures get done. The other one is all a list, very nice list, wish list, and I learned a lot about some of the agricultural, your thinking. It was a lot of thing has gone, a lot of deep knowledge has gone in. But what we are looking is the outcome, which is measurable, which is citizen-centric. And what will that, for example, if we are talking about the suggestions that JAU gave in great detail, what will be the impact on yield per hectare in different crops in different places over what period? So it is not that crop yield would say. That is not the way in the future that we can go. Now, if you see many of the key central government schemes that have come up, like the Jal Jeevan Yojana or Jan Dhan Yojana, Ujjwala Yojana, others, they all have a dashboard. And that dashboard gives you that information, and there are also the KPIs that are inherent in the way the scheme is presented. Now, in order to do the KPIs and for the universities to fulfill their future role, મારી વિનંતી છે કે some of the staffing needs to be looked at. For example, Professor Mavia suggested that we need now wide interdisciplinary things, Internet of Things and so on. So do the universities have sufficient people who can do impact analysis? If you are going to do something, impact analysis is difficult. Some of the things may succeed in the short run. They may create damage in the medium long term, as was very eloquently pointed out. So what is the impact analysis? That requires a specialist. Do we have them? Do we have data analytics? Big data analytics. Now so much data is available, and we are moving to digital economy in a very big way. We are learning about the shopping habits, the consumer habits of the in agriculture. Uh, I just got a report on that by a consulting firm. So the data analytics, and then the agricultural economist. Now, one of the things that distinguishes, and I went to a university in America, which was very well known for its agriculture. So my summer job used to work in the agricultural departments and to do input-output analysis of Gaone wheat in that state, in Washington state, where I was, or some other crop that Washington state grows. And they had a very detailed understanding of the economics of this, not the ideological economics, but very technical agricultural economics. And we need to now populate people uh, in, in that area. I've already indicated that we don't need to focus on activities. આ કર્યું, તે કર્યું, આટલી meeting કરી, આટલા જણાને training આપી, આ આપ્યું, all activities. They're not outcomes. What is the impact on outcome? Activities are important because they have to lead, but you have to have capacity to now analyze how to go from activities to the outcome, and that augmentation of the university expertise in agricultural universities in particular is going to be needed. As I mentioned yesterday, India has now an opportunity to be a world agricultural power along with other countries. But we can become one. We have to have the exports of 100 billion more, and we have to have some of the best products, agricultural products in the country. The other thing that the universities will have to increasingly look at is to use the technology, online learning, because the reach that the agricultural universities have now, given their current methods of operation, is small. How do you augment it through online courses and through executive development programs? There will be many corporations, agri-input firms. There will be firms who are selling agricultural products, who are doing processing of agricultural products, others that would love to have their executives sent to learn from such deep knowledge of agricultural universities. But that has to be organized. And that leads me to the budgeting issues. So far, the thinking has been that જે બી cost હોય આ થાય બજેટમાંથી મળી જશે, right? I mean, so it is all budget dependent, and there is therefore no real awareness of either the time consciousness or the cost consciousness. So it is time now to measure internally by university. You don't have to publicize this, but you need to measure it, and the policymakers need to measure what is the cost recovery that each agricultural university is doing in Gujarat. 1%, 2%, and you have to differentiate between capital expenditure and the operating expenditure. Capital expenditure has to come from the state budget. There is no problem with that. But there should be flexibility that if somebody wants to set up a research center and so on, that capital expenditure can come from other sources. But operating expenditure, my own hunch is, as I said, I'm not an insider, that no more than 5% of the operating cost of the agricultural university is met from either the tuition fees, charges, exam fees, all the other things. Now, there should be a set policy. Cost recovery means what? You are subsidizing to a large extent, but not 100%. So you must have a plan that over the next 5 years, we want to go, for example, from 3% to 6%. Okay? How do you do that? So again, what get measured, you have measured it 3, you want 6, now do it, work backward to try uh, uh, to try to get there. So the other thing we have talked about, and in the morning it was talked about, is demand versus supply. I first set my foot teaching economics at Washington State University when I was 20 years, I don't know, in 1964. Okay, that was my first teaching economics. Demand supply. Education has often been driven, and so has the vocational training and the others, have been often driven by what can be supplied. અમારી પાસે આ courses છે, આ expertise છે, તો અમે આ આપશું. But is there a demand, employability on this side? So when agricultural universities have got resources, they should be encouraged, in my view, to set aside some empty plots or empty areas, building rooms, whereby anybody can come with a nominal fee to get training or experiment or do something that they want. This would be a demand related. So the idea is to check is employability. How can that be increased? And are the graduates being produced are demand related, or they are produced because this is all that can be supplied? Now, this was the supplier had a large edge for so many decades of our independence since 47. But it is giving way. We are talking about demand. Now, there are ways to reduce imbalance between demand and supply. We know the prices fluctuate when there is a lot of supply, tomato prices, potato prices, they go down. That doesn't mean there is volatility in the market, that the risk is you just say, let government or society bear it. You got to plan. So the planning is, and a lot of it is in your slides, is how, if you are going to increase soybean or mushrooms or others, a lot of examples you gave, are you setting up on the supply side those who can buy when there is lot of product? Because that's the role of the speculator, and that's the role where they buy when supply is large, so prices don't fall so much, and they would provide that later on by processing. And that time element has to be very explicitly done. So the so supply demand driven demand aspects have got many connections. So we need to have cost recovery, and the user charges, you charge fully when there is no need to subsidize. So you have to really, you can't say education, because it is education, 100% subsidy. No country can afford it and get to high quality. We are getting quantity, but not quality, right? So you need to have that in every area, and we are moving that. Look at the toll roads, the FASTag on highways has increased the NHAI's income by almost 40%. Now they got more income, they can build more roads, and they have to be more efficient. Lastly, we talked about yesterday about land buildings, monetizing assets, excess land, and others. We know there has been a tendency on the part of all. Once I was involved in starting a public policy school in Maharashtra, and the government officials that I was talking with, first thing is, early discussion he started out. He said, "हम 250 एकड़ ले लेंगे public policy school के लिए." He said, "Why do you need 250 acres?" He said, no, land we have to get, but then they don't know what to make use of it. So this is true of all the institutions that have been cited, whether it is APMCs, agricultural universities, seed board, and other government agencies, and even government research agents, or not government, government aided research agents. We need to now see how to monetize. At a central level, we are pushing much, much further. Indian Railways are a prime example of how well they are going about monetizing their assets. But now the agricultural universities, at least, cannot say 100% of my budget comes from the state. So, તમારું incentive શું efficient થવાનું? Cost વધી ગઈ તો budget વધુ ગયું. So now that's why the KPIs and the dashboards, others, we need to do that. Final point, Nishaben, sorry, there are many people. The final point. India is globalizing. We are integrating fast in many, many areas. How many foreign students others agricultural universities have? How many foreign connections do they have? And now some of it, the Indian government gives a lot of scholarships to African countries, to others, to our neighbors, and so on. How much of they are coming to the agricultural universities in Gujarat? Because a lot of these are in agriculture as well. So we need to try to see, strategize, and that coordination, rather than so you compete but you cooperate, where in those areas. And so part of the globalization of the universities, in my vision, will be to get a larger global footprint in different ways, more visiting faculties, more wisdom, like from Professor Mabuya, others, and so on, that larger footprint of global footprint for the agricultural universities. Sorry, एक વધુ point છે. You have talked a lot about knowledge generation, technology, and others. Now, that has got knowledge, technology have got three parts. They are the most important factors of production now. Knowledge, mindset, behavior change, they are the most important. Now, knowledge has got three parts. One is that it is, you can generate new knowledge. That's very difficult. Okay? And generating new knowledge is something that some of that you are doing. But the other two parts, again, you have to set up some measurable thing. One is adaptation. How much is the knowledge that exists within the country, in the world, and so on, is adapted to your area of responsibility. And third is diffusion. So how to diffuse it, and in what way, the strategies. So it lends itself to some of your KPIs, some of your dashboards, and others, that what is the work of adaptation and diffusion that you have done in a measurable way, not અમે આને આટલા ટ્રેનિંગ આપ્યા 50,000 ને આમ કર્યું તેમ કર્યું. That is not going to be enough anymore in the new India that we are moving to. Thank you very much.
થેન્ક યુ મુકુલભાઈ, તમારા ખૂબ જ વેલ્યુએબલ, ખૂબ જ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ તમારા જે મુદ્દા હતા, અને તમે જેમ કીધું એ પ્રમાણે કે તમારા દરેક મુદ્દા અમને અમારા કામમાં આગળ ખૂબ જ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ઉપયોગી છે. સોરી ઇન ગુજરાતી, બટ થેન્ક યુ સો મચ મુકુલભાઈ. Your each and every point is very valuable, and we learn from you and your feedback, and we implement also. Like in 2015, you with the help of you, we made one presentation about the managing Gujarat economy in the spice sector, 2015. So it's a 5 years, but still we are referring that presentations. So when we are working for the Gujarat and skill and agriculture and the business and any data, we refer your presentations, and then we remember, oh, what Mukul bhai shared at that time. So we always get a reference from your presentation. It's very valuable. And you just mentioned about like the impact assessment. So at that time also in 2015, you referred that impact assessment. So in this year, I think Dr. Pathak and Dr. Acharya know we have one project in the NCCSD. So this is a project. So project don't need the outside impact management. But we are TI Bhavnagar, we are TI Rajula Amreli, and Atapi Bharuch. We implement the project in with the 300 farmers. And Mukul bhai, we did the third party impact assessment, like scientists from the KV case. So we really know it is a really impact come out or not. And it's not like, okay, this is 10 farmers saying like this, not like that. They quantified the impact. They quantified like the farmers, they are using the Bhavi Vermi wash, then they got the 2 lakh rupees income or profit, something like that. So data, and we have an impact on X, how we move to X plus 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 plus. So I think it's very valuable, and your feedback and your whatever point you make out, it's very useful to us in the Gujarat, and I think in overall India also. So thank you very much. You always encouraging us, you always support us, and you give a very valuable feedback. So thank you so much on behalf of the government of Gujarat, Mukul bhai, and NCCSD. Now I request to Navsari Agriculture University for the presentations. Then we have experts views. So Navsari University, you need a host, or we just upload the slides? How we can move forward, sir? Request Vice Chancellor Navsari University.
Please upload, madam.
We upload, na?
Yes.
Okay.
So namaskar and good afternoon to one and all, Dr. Sriman Selarji, Dr. Pathak sir, Dr. NC Patel sir, Dr. Chovadia ji, Dr. J.P. Patel sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Navsari sitting beside me, and Dr. Amuya from Florida, USA, and Shri Ravindra Khatale ji, and Mukul ji. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present on behalf of NDM Navsari. So really, giving presentation now after any learned person like Mukul bhai, it is really a difficult task. But still, however, I will try to justify my duty. So as you know, 2 slides I will go in very brief. This is Navsari University established in the year 2004, and now shortly we are going to complete the 17 years. We offer 7 undergraduate degree program, 45 masters and 25 doctoral degree program. Admit approximately 1,000 students every year. Next, besides this one degree programs, we also offer the polytechnics. We have the 7 polytechnics. We also offer certain training programs, because these training programs will be helpful in mitigating many issues at the last. Therefore, we have mentioned here. The next slide, madam, please. Now here, many things have already been presented by Shri Modi ji, Director of Agriculture, but still, however, just to brush up, you can have the geographical area of the Gujarat as well as the South Gujarat. Only we wish to mention our jurisdiction. The jurisdiction of the Navsari Agriculture University is 7 districts of the South Gujarat. In table you can appreciate the total geographical area of the South Gujarat under the jurisdiction of NEU is 24 lakh hectare. And cultivable area we have shown, irrigated area we have shown, which comes to around 40%. And out of that, the noticeable point is 1.75 lakh hectare area is under the MIS. And forest area with South Gujarat is around 7.75%. Okay. Now, this next. This is about the in brief the agroecological sub-regions of the Navsari Agriculture Universities. Jurisdiction, you see the 3 districts, that is the Navsari, Valsad, and Lan falls under the heavy rainfall zone and comes under 19.1 sub-region, whereas the rest of the 4 districts come under 5.2. Next. This is just to supplement for the climatic zone, agroecological zone. Here, Navsari, Valsad, Dang, and Tapi receives more than 15,000 mm rainfall, and in rest of the districts, rainfall is in between 1,000 to 1,000 to 1,500 mm rainfall. And soil is, in South Gujarat, mainly the deep lake soil, coastal alluvial soil. These are the 2 types of the soil predominantly you will find in the South Gujarat. Next. Now, this is about the our journey made in last 20 years or so. You can appreciate very well. Now, while we have started with the horticulture crops, the South Gujarat, it is known as the horticulture bowl, and our main crop, main livelihood is horticultural crops. So we start with the horticultural crops, and you can appreciate very well what we did in last 18 years also. Mango, there is significant increase in the productivity and area. Sapota too, you will find the same story. Banana, okra, brinjal, everywhere you find there is the increase in the productivity and area both. If you see on the lower side, there you will find the comparison to India and Gujarat. And here, though the mango is our main horticultural crop, but the productivity of the mango in Gujarat is less as compared to India average. But we do very well as far as the banana is concerned, okra is concerned, and brinjal. Banana, our productivity is much more than India. Okay, next. Here you can appreciate the comparison between the South Gujarat and Gujarat. Here, if you convert these figures into the production or contribution of the South Gujarat means our 7 districts of the South Gujarat contribute 62% of the mango of the state. If you see the sapota, we contribute 51% of the state production. In banana, 54% of the state production, and tissue 98% of the state production. On the other hand, if you see the productivity of the mango, then sapota and banana is concerned, the productivity of the South Gujarat is marginally more than Gujarat state. Then next slide, please, ma'am. Yes. Here you can appreciate the data of the cereals and pulses. In South Gujarat, the productivity of the rice is comparatively more than this Gujarat state. In sorghum too, marginally high, but as far as the green gram is concerned, it is much very significant increase in the productivity as compared to the Gujarat state. Similarly, there is more productivity of the black gram in South Gujarat. So these are our area where we can target, or where we can focus. So next, please. This is this is only one slide we have done because in detail then probably the Kansan University will be talking about this one. But still, however, in this table you can appreciate the 99 lakh population of the cattle and 103 lakh population of the buffalo. And if you see in the milk animals, the animals in milking, if you say the 9.62 lakh crossbred and 27.7 lakh indigenous breed, means total 37.39 lakh cattle are in milking. But in buffalo, if you say the out of 103, 50%, so almost 50% buffaloes are in milking, it is a very good figure. Only point which I want to make that is the if you see the consumption per capita availability of the milk in Gujarat and India, definitely we are much higher in a much better place because the main source of the protein in Gujarat is the dairy products. So definitely the per availability of the milk per capita is 592 ml. That is much more higher than India. That is 375 ml. But on the other hand, if you see, the egg consumption is much less as compared to the national availability. Thank you. Next. Now, one slide about the fisheries. Just I want to show you in comparison to last 25 years what we have done. Just you see the production of the fish, that is 41.57 lakh in the year 92-93, and then there is 3-time increase in the production in the year 1780s, that is 123.28 lakh ton. So this is a very good figure and where we can still focus on work. And second is the just below, if you can appreciate, there is a significant production of the marine fish. But on the other hand, if you see, there is very less contribution of the inland fisheries. So this is another area where we can work. But still, however, with the 8.26 lakh ton production, we are third in the country. This is one thing. Second aspect, as far as the fisheries is concerned, can be discussed today or tomorrow. That is the processing. There are the certain processings where we are doing very well, like that is fish fried salted. There we are doing very well, and if you compare with the states, we are much ahead. But there are certain areas like this canned fish and fish body oil. Like there are the certain areas where we have not initiated at all. So these are the areas where Gujarat can initiate, and this is how we can increase the income of our fishermen in future. And we are also doing very well as far as the prawn or shrimp production is concerned, and we are second largest in the country. Now next, these are the ancillary data. Just I have shown just to support the agriculture. Tractor, you can say the sale of the tractor in comparison to 1977, even there were only 33,000 tractors were sold. By the year 1819, if you say the 8,80,000. So definitely the purchasing power of our farmers has already been increased, and they have faith in agriculture. Therefore, they are investing in agriculture. This is the one figure. Secondly, state-wise, if you see the sale of the tractor is maximum in the UP, followed by the Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and in Gujarat there were 39,000. But still, however, if you see the size or area of the state, it is proportionately good. There too we are doing well. Renewable energy, yes, this is the area where Karnataka is exceptionally doing well, and where Gujarat is doing in some of the areas, but still there is a scope where we can improve upon. So renewable energy is one area where we can improve. And next, cold storage, again directly related to our agriculture, storage, etc. So UP is #1 state in our country, and second directly comes to Gujarat. There is the large gap, but still, however, we can appreciate being on the second position. So this is about some important data of the state and South Gujarat. Next, this is one slide about our research facilities, we have 25 farms at 15 locations. We have roughly 897 hectares of the land for research and teaching, everything. So 15 locations. So there are the different locations, so different ecological conditions are there. So we have opportunity to work in different ecoclimatic conditions. So next. Now presentation will be in the different aspects like crop improvement, crop protection, and then natural resource management and horticulture likewise. So first is the crop improvement. Here again our breeders they have classified our whole area of the South Gujarat into the three types of the region. The hilly region, most of you already know the hilly region. This is the rainfed farming in low moisture regime crops and small millets, rice, pigeon pea, wood bean, like these are the crops grown there. And only here I wish to mention that if you see the varieties of the rice, they are 5, 8, 9, finger millet, JNN 3, little millet 1 and 2. So most of the varieties, these are the older varieties used by the farmers. So this is one of the important issue. And these mostly they are using their own seeds. This particularly the tribals of the dung and tapi. So this is the one of the point I wish to bring to your notice. Then second, one side they are not using our newer varieties, non-adoption of the improved varieties, and on the other hand, insufficient of the this local resources, over-adoption of the good agriculture practices is another concern. And there is a yes, university has already started working on the bioprotected varieties, and they need to introduce these varieties into this area. Next is second is the mid-plain area. Mid-plain. Madam, please.
1 minute, sir.
Okay, we can continue right now. Hilly area. Then next is the mid-plain area. Mid-plain region. This is which comprises the most of the part of our South Gujarat. Okay. Easily, please. Madam,
okay, bye.
Okay. Full screen. Please make it full screen. Okay. Now mid-plain region. This comprises the most of the area.
बोलना था यहाँ कहीं संभल से नहीं है कोई कहीं कोई नहीं संभल
Hello. Irrigated crop and a high productive environment, and the main crops grown in this area are the cotton, rice, sugarcane, sorghum, pigeon pea, moong, bean, and vegetables. So monocropping is the one issue, and because of the monocropping, there is a high incidence of the pest and diseases. And certain examples are given like YMB in the moong, SMD in pigeon pea, wilt and red rot in sugarcane, and brown plant hopper in rice. So excess use of the water in summer rice, another issue, and again will be covered in NRM. And then poor adoption of the improved varieties, old varieties. Farmers are using the very old rice, Jaya and Mujari. Still, people have preference for these varieties. Sugarcane, 86032 and 707. Sorghum, Niger Gotis is still preferred by the many of the farmers. Vaishali is yes, pigeon pea. Vaishali is still preferred by the farmers. So these are the older varieties which need to be replaced. This is one of the single largest issue of the South Gujarat. Second, you see the poor seed replacement rate that I said already, and inadequate seed storage facility. Next, so coastal region, third region hilly, mid plain, and then the coastal region. So as you know, the Gujarat is blessed with the 1,600 kilometer of the coastal region, 300 kilometer coastal line lies with NAU Navsari. So we are responsible for the 300 kilometer. The salinity and low productive environment, and here coastal region, if you see the rice, cotton, sorghum, castor, brinjal, these are the crops commonly grown. And again, here also the main problem is same, the old varieties. People are preferring for the old varieties, and rice they prefer dandi, cotton they prefer Digvijay, sorghum BP53, castor, GCH4, very old varieties, and brinjal, surti, local. So poor adoption of the new salt tolerant varieties is an issue, and poor seed replacement rate is another issue, interrelated issue you can say. Now the next is here suggested strategies for hilly region. What do we suggest? Utilization of the new improved early maturing varieties, hybrids of different crops, rice, early variety Purna and JNR6, and rice biofortified varieties, which I told, I don't know which variety of NAU Navsari or first biofortified variety released by NAU Navsari is the GNR4. Then GR15 is another biofortified variety of Navsari University that is that contains high zinc. Then finger millet, GNN7 and GNN8. These are again very promising variety, and nutritionally very rich, and need to be promoted. And even Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also mentioned about this variety. So this is a really very promising variety. Then little millet GB3, pigeon PB suggests GT105, very good variety. Wood bean GU3. Since many years the farmers were using the old variety. Now the scientists of NAU Navsari have given this one GU3 last year. So it is also a very good variety. Niger also, though it is there is very less area, but even then we have a variety, and we have given one option to the farmers for using our newer varieties. So increase availability of the improved varieties seed in local region. Yes, for that what we can do, how we can go for the this seed multiplication. So here we suggest that the promotion of the seed village or seed hub in local region. So this is how we can meet the seed requirement of the local people, grown by the local people for the local people. So there will not be much taxation to the farmers of the South Gujarat. This is the one idea. Second, increase awareness of the improved varieties with the marketing facilities. Then training and demonstration of the newly released varieties hybrid of the different crop and awareness for online marketing. This is the another very important area where we can work in next 2 years. Next slide, please. For similarly on the same ground, in mid plain, we recommend cotton variety GN Cod 22, that is immune to the JC, and J Cod hybrid old 10 and 10 and 12 both. We recommend. By mistake there is both cotton hybrid 10 is written actually 10 and 12, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now the rice variety GNR3, GNR7 and 17. So mid-late variety, there are the certain pockets where the farmers need mid-late varieties, and there are the certain other pockets where the farmer prefer late varieties. So we, our scientists of the NAU Navsari developed the two different varieties to satisfy the needs of different farmers. So we have the varieties of rice, cotton, sugarcane. So sugarcane also we have better varieties now, and these varieties are wilt and red rot resistant. So definitely there will be reduction in the input cost and more benefit to the farmers. Sorghum we recommend GNJ1 and full everything, that is the endorsed variety of the NPK Rahul. Pigeon P GT104 SMT resistant, Moong bean GM6, GM7, YMV resistant, and brinjal also our vegetable scientists have developed this one, the GNRB1. So these are the newer varieties which we promote. We would like to promote in next 2 years to the farmers of the South Gujarat. So another area, just today, Honorable Secretary there and Director General Dr. T. Mahapatra ji said about the promotion of the castor in Gujarat, and secondly, there is already overproduction of the cereals, particularly the rice, and storage difficulties in India. So here lies the solution for both the suggestion, that is the replace summer rice with other crops like castor hybrid GN CH1. So this is very, very important, a very strong statement from Navsari Agriculture University, then Ravi Sorghum and Phule Raviti in Ravi Pigeon Pea. So this is if this summer paddy is replaced with the cotton castor hybrid, then definitely there will be a significant great contribution of the scientists of the Navsari. They increase the seed replacement rate, they create facility for medium term seed storage as another local level. Then next, madam, please. Coastal region. For coastal region, we have solutions. We have varieties, very good promising varieties. Rice, transplanted rice, GNR 5, GR 19, cotton, GCOT 25. Yes, it is also now becoming day by day. It is becoming popular in certain pockets of the South Gujarat. GCOT 12, I already told. The sorghum GJ 38, GJ 42, castor GN CHI. Just now I mentioned about it, and brinjal GNR. So these are the varieties are suggested for the coastal area, and what we will be doing awareness programming next year's training and demonstration, and this will be helpful. Next. So based on the earlier discussion, the work plan for 21-22 for next 2 years, there is strengthened research program for development of the quality high yielding varieties. So this program, this is already ongoing program, and we will be continuously working on this one to give the newer and newer varieties, and development of the seed bank for regular availability of the premium seed. So this is the area, because many times because of the erratic nature, farmers go for the re-sowing, and then there is the significant, immediate demand of the seed. So if we have the seed bank sufficient and double quantity of the seed for sowing, if it is available, then farmers won't face any problem, and this is how it will be helpful in mitigating the effect or adverse effect of the climate change. So training and demonstration of the newly released varieties hybrids for wider adoption. Yes, this need to be focused in next 2 years, and this we will be doing. We are committed. Increased training for the seed production of the varieties hybrids. So yes, training. This is only the solution what we can do immediately in next 2 years. Increased production at village level, seed production at village level, that I have already told, will be part of the training in next 2 years. So FNDs and training on-farm and off-farm training can play an important role here. And next slide, please. With these efforts, what will happen actually? Enhancing state average productivity. If we are successful up to certain extent, definitely, then our state average productivity will be increasing. Then seed replacement ratio of different crops will be increased. Improvement in livelihood of the farmers and farmers' economic status will be improved, and reduced cost of the production and increased cost benefit ratio. This is our ultimate aim. Ultimate aim of all the agriculture scientists is the nothing but there should be a significant reduction in the production of the cost, and thereby increasing in the cost benefit ratio. This is our ultimate aim. Next. Now, crop protection. So this is how in this table form we try to show you the picture of the plant diseases in South Gujarat. So cotton, there is the angular leaf spot, alternaria leaf spot, wilt and para cotton, wilt and para wilt of the cotton. So these are the diseases of the cotton seen noticed more or less in Bharuch and Surat area, Bharuch and Narvada area, and we have also shown the losses in the next column. Paddy, bacterial leaf blight, blast, and discoloration of the grain are the main problems faced by the farmers. Blast is mainly seen or predominantly seen in Dhan only. Bacterial blight, Navsari, Dhan, Valsad, Tapi, and discoloration. This is almost everywhere. And we have also shown the losses right from 5 to 15% in paddy. Pulses up to 20% losses, viral diseases, vegetable also viral diseases, sugarcane, wheat spot wilt, red rot. These are the diseases we have shown in which area these are noticed, and usually you see losses up to 10%. Mango, powdery mildew, anthracnose, malformation, etc. Almost in all parts wherever it is grown, and losses are up to 15%. Next table, please. Here, current issues of the crop protection related to the insect pest. These are insect pest diseases. So again, in cotton, pink bollworm, yesterday also it was discussed. So this is the really challenging situation for us. So Bharuch and Surat, in this area it is seen. Then paddy, yellow stem roller leaf folder, sheath, mite, etc. Again, 10 to 12% losses are there reported. Pulses, borer complex 8 to 10%, vegetables 10 to 12%. Sucking insect pest is very common in wherever the vegetables are grown in South Gujarat. Sugarcane, borer from this complex is condition. Then in mango, white fly, hopper, and fruit fly. The person sitting next to me has already worked. Dr. J.P. Patel sir probably will be pleased to speak on the this fruit fly trade. So probably after my presentation, he will be cultivating. He will be talking on this. So definitely there is significant loss caused by this one, and up to 50% loss has been reported in the mango too. Now next current issues. Disease and pest on an average cost 30-35% yield losses to different crops. This is a universal statement and also applicable to the South Gujarat, isn't it? Then over dependence on the chemical pesticide lead to resistance, resurgence and residue. Same story as we face in the antibiotics. The soil condition deteriorated irreversibly due to chemicals. Now everybody, it is a well known, nothing to say much about it. Then injudicious use of the insecticide, pesticide, and high residue in the edibles. Now with the increased literacy, everybody is very much aware about the pesticide, insecticide, immunity. As far as the after COVID, everybody knows. So now the next generation will be demanding very safe food. So we have to be prepared for that. So use of the substandard insecticide, pesticide by the farmer is another big issue. Whatever we suggest, but as and when they go to the go for purchase, is whatever he suggests will be used by the farmers. So this is the universal story, everybody knows. Now next, madam. Next slide, yeah. Now suggested strategies for crop protection. Now again coming to the COVID, if you correlate early diagnosis is very important. So similarly, this popularization of the rapid and reliable detection tool for effective management of the diseases will be our priority in next 2 years. Reliable forecasting model for early forewarning of the pests and diseases. Yes. Recently, our scientists have proven when there was a menace of the locust in Gujarat, so it was probably properly managed and properly this strategy was prepared and it was managed in a most acceptable manner. So for effective control, in spite of targeting a smaller area, promotion of the area-wide integrated pest and disease management, we advocate from here, and to avoid the much use of the chemical and hazardous chemicals, this popularization of the novel and effective biocontrol agent like trichoderma, pseudomonas, trichogramma, etc. We advocate then novel pesticide from the biological source for the eco-friendly crop protection, maximizing use of the extension functionaries for the rapid and effective percolation of the developed technologies. Yes, again the training etc. will be our main focus in next 2 years. So based on above, next slide please. Work plan what we have suggested. Again, spot diagnosis. Farmers may use their smartphone and we will be coming with the certain mobile-based diagnostic tools. One of our scientists, Dr. Abhishek Shukla, is already working in collaboration with the ICR, and probably shortly he will be coming with some app which will be helpful in diagnosis of the insect pest, isn't it? So it will be a very good approach, and farmers will be able to immediately know the exact name of the insect and exact control measures. So this is how it will be helpful. So development of the kits, key and artificial intelligence based mobile apps for the rapid and reliable identification of the pest and disease of the South Gujarat. We have already started working, as I said, and it will be helpful. And then for proper management, this is strengthening is coordinating preparation of the calendar timely for warming. So on regular basis, our scientists or different crop scientists prepare their calendar, and it is given to the registered farmers. And probably with the training and with the extension wing, we will be taking it to the each and every farmer of South Gujarat. Then only it will be meaningful. So there is still a lot of work has to be done. But at first, as far as the calendar is concerned, our crop scientist every year prepares this one. Then next is the use of the fruit fly and other pheromone-based traps for promotion of the area-wide integrated pest and disease management. That I already told. There is already success story from NAU Navsari and Dr. J.P. Patel sir. So everybody knows most of. Even then, if you wish, he will be able to convince you and clarify you. Give the clarification if anybody needs. Then effective quarantine and legislative measure to prevent invasion of the pest and disease. Again, in line with the COVID-19, now everybody knows. Even the common man also knows what is the quarantine and etc. So this is a self-explanatory. Mass production and distribution of the novel and effective biocontrol agents, testing of the novel pesticide from biological source, and rapport building among stakeholders through the demonstration training and capacity building in specific area for identified affected area. So again, extension will be the focus by the Indian Observatory. So next outcome of the strategy. Kits key and artificial intelligence based mobile application for rapid and reliable identification of the pest and disease free area will be there. And current status of the pest and disease of the South Gujarat, and this is how we will be minimizing the use of the hazardous chemical. So once we minimize the use of the hazardous chemical, the quality produce will be available for use. So effective pest and disease management with the better environment, food and nutritional security for developing human population through minimizing crop losses, and healthy soil and safe food free from hazardous contamination that I told, and low risk of establishment of the new pest and diseases. So this is about the crop protection. So now I request our area Dr. Vikas Naki will be talking about NRM, and followed by the horticulture. It will be covered by Dr. Timur Alawa.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Just like as earlier told by our DR Sankar, our South Gujarat is categorized in three districts. One that is a hilly region, plain region, and coastal areas. The constraint and issues are for all the three regions are different. In hill region, main constraint is shallow depth, poor fertility of soil due to soil erosion caused by runoff of rainwater. This region is mainly situated in eastern part of South Gujarat, mainly Dang district, adjoining Tapi and Valsad district, where the rainfall is very heavy, but due to the erosion, water handling capacity of the soil is very low. Water scarcity during, though there is very heavy rainfall, but during the winter and summer season, due to the poor water storage facility and water harvesting facility, there is always been a scarcity of water during winter and summer season. Coming to the mid-plain area, this area is blessed with perennial irrigation facilities through Ukaita, Krabar, Kabad area, where the water logging and secondary salinization problem flushed by predominant high water consuming crop sequence like paddy and paddy sugar cane. Then too, these crops are irrigated through conventional method, which require very high amount of water. In this area, mid-plain area, 50,000 area in Ukai Takrapa command area is already waterlet and become saline due to injudicious use of irrigation water. Next, please. Current issue is, as I told earlier, is monocropping, that is excessive use of water required by sugarcane and paddy and summer paddy. Rotational system of canal, that is on and off schedule, that is 20 days each, means canals remain 20 days on and 20 days off, where farmers are intended to irrigate their crop heavily. Over-irrigating crops due to legal availability of the irrigation water. Now come to the coastal area. The coastal area is generally fails at the tail end of the canal command or Ukai Karabar, where the unavailability of canal irrigation water is a main issue, where the irrigation water supply is very irregular. Thereby, farmers were over-irrigating the crops when the canal water is on. This area is predominantly a salt-affected soil. Deterioration of groundwater quality due to the ingress and inundation of the seawater. Monocropping of crop sequence of water-intensive crops like sugarcane and paddy. Next, please. Now come to the strategies, suggested strategies for all the three regions. Crop diversification through introduction of the situation-wise suitable crop based on soil site suitability criteria and availability of the water. Our university have worked on it and developed a suitable crop suitable for the each and every talukas of the South Gujarat, and that should be adopted in this talukas. Intensifying implementation of soil health card based recommendation to the farmers. Introduction and awareness about micro irrigation system related technologies like fertigation, mulching, improved hybrid varieties, and naturally ventilated polyhouse with existing crops as well as newly introduced crop. Our soil and water management department has recommendation for each and every crops grown in Gujarat as well as South Gujarat. So each recommended irrigation practices is to be followed in this region. Soil and water conservation measures in hilly areas, efficient utilization of store water through modern methods of irrigation. As told earlier, hilly region has a problem of water storage, where water storage structure has to be developed, and storage water can be used to give life-cycle irrigation, or even rabi crops can be grown through storage water. Next, please. Popularization of popularization of MIS in canal command area, pressurized irrigation network through water user association, that is Panchayat Mandi, land computation technology, especially in heavy clay soil and high rainfall region. These areas generally falls under mid-plain and coastal areas where the land is heavy clay soil and requires special measures like land computation. Installation of closed subsurface drainage system in water logging and secondary salinization of prevailing areas. This area comes under mid-plain, where the perennial irrigation facility is there, and due to the intensive use of high water required crop like paddy or paddy sugar cropping sequence. The area is now becoming saline, where the university has developed subsurface drainage technology, and about 50 farmers in approximately 150 hectare land at their own expenses of about rupees 50,000 per hectare adopted the subsurface drainage technology, and it's a good one. In coastal area where the generally groundwater quality is poor and canal water irrigation is very irregular, there conjunctive use of poor quality groundwater and canal water for the irrigation is advocated. Imparting training in the fields of soil and water management to pilot area farmers, village level workers, sugar cooperatives, and state agriculture officers, etc. Next, please. Now, work plan for the 2021, 22, and 22, 23. Soil site suitability based identification of promising and new crops that already we have. Implementation of technologies for crop based MIs in canal command, kitchen garden in tribal areas. Rainwater harvesting and efficient utilization of stored water, reclamation of waterlogged and salt affected soil, developing technologies for utilization of poor quality irrigation water, that is conjunctive use, or it can also be used to drip irrigation, screening and developing salt tolerant and resistant crops. Next. Crop-based fertilizer, mulching, land contribution for new crops and varieties, in situ moisture conservation technologies, naturally ventilated low-cost greenhouse for vegetable nursery and leafy vegetables, crop-based fertigation, mulching, land contribution technologies and new varieties, technology for implementation of micro irrigation system under training related to soil and water management practices for improving crop yields. Next. Outcome of this strategy, MI's adoption in new and low water requiring crops in canal command or tribal areas, mitigation of water logging and salinity problem in mid-plain areas, efficient management of poor quality irrigation water, crop diversification, equipment with improved agro techniques, human resource development through training, increase in crop productivity and income to farmers, and policy making, planning, future strategies. Next. Okay. Thank you. Now on horticulture section, my colleague Dr. Tinu Ahlawat share his views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My greetings to the esteemed dignitaries, current and former vice chancellors, eminent experts, and dear colleagues. Madam, would you please move to the... Yes, fine, okay. The first and foremost current issue would be the lack of specific information on the area and production of flower crops. And this issue also holds true for protected cultivation and organic farming, where the data still has to be authenticated. Next is few exportable varieties and lack of technology for export-oriented production in horticultural crops. As of now, from South Gujarat, we are exporting mango and banana in small volumes and okra from Dorman area of Valsad, but still we need to identify the proper varieties and to develop the technology for it. Most of the current varieties are susceptible to abiotic stress. In the past decade, the focus was on developing high-yielding varieties in horticultural crops, and later on we shifted to developing varieties with resistance or tolerance against pests and diseases. But we still need to work on developing varieties which are resistant to abiotic stress. Non-availability of quality seed and planting material continues to plague the horticulture sector, and same is we are still facing that issue. Now, speaking of climate change, just in the past few months, the difference in diurnal temperature was large, which affected the mango farming. So climate change continues to affect horticulture in this area. Monocropping is more a problem in perennial fruit crops. For example, in mango, 90% of the area is still under kesar, and in sapota, 90% of the area is under cultivar kalipatti. Next point is poor canopy management in fruit crops. Yes.
Sorry interruption, because we have only 20 minutes, because at 5 o'clock this meeting is over, because we have a limit up to 5 o'clock. So please, if possible, don't touch each and every point. Please brief in 2 or 3 minutes. So because we get the expert views also, and you have to summarize that also. That's why please request you, sir.
Poor canopy management in fruit crops, high proportion of old and senile orchards, and most of the orchards have low planting densities. Next slide. Lack of technology for protected cultivation of high-value horticultural crops and off-season cultivation, and less availability and high cost of the inputs. Shortage of skilled workforce in horticulture, particularly in our region as it is industrialized. Low farm mechanization, around 40 to 45%. The horticultural produce is highly perishable with post-harvest losses between 5 to 39%. The processing of horticultural produce is still less than 2%. The post-harvest infrastructure, it has not kept up pace with the increase in production, inefficient supply chain management, and lack of market intelligence. Next. The suggested strategies would include promotion of crop diversification, mass production of quality planting material, developing stress-tolerant varieties, exportable varieties, and biofortified varieties in horticultural crops, adoption of climate-smart horticulture, development of productivity-enhancing technologies in horticultural crops, ensuring year-round production of horticultural crops, promotion of integrated farming systems approach, and area expansion under protected cultivation of horticultural crops. The suggested strategies that would also include the promotion of environmentally sustainable agriculture, adoption of farm mechanization, scaling our rural youth, promotion of efficient post-harvest handling practices and value addition, and improving access of farmers to market-oriented horticultural advisory services, and lastly, the adoption of urban and peri-urban horticulture. Next slide. The work plan would include feasibility studies would be conducted for introducing new crops like dragon fruit, orchids, bird of paradise, broccoli, Chinese cabbage, and so on. Conservation and characterization of local germplasm in horticultural crops. Nursery accreditation would be promoted via awareness campaigns and advisory services. Right now, around 75 nurseries have been accredited in Gujarat, of which 28 are in South Gujarat. Establishment of high-tech nurseries for production of quality planting material. Identifying suitable production technologies and practices that can compensate for climate change. Improving productivity through research on canopy management, high-density planting, and integrated nutrient management. Developing technology to enhance the availability of horticultural crops using protected structures. Next. Using protected structures, off-season cultivation, varieties, rootstocks, and agri-techniques. Development of location-specific and need-based modules for integrated farming systems which are sustainable and profitable. Standardizing the production technology of high-value horticultural crops under protected conditions, including pollination management. Standardization of new age technologies like hydroponics, aeroponics, nutrient film technique, vertical farming, including substrate culture. Development of low-cost technologies for sustainable farming, like fruit fly traps, biofertilizers, biopesticides, biofungicides. Then next, design, development, and fabrication of farm implements for reducing drudgery, facilitating intercultural operations and harvesting of horticultural produce, imparting horticulture skill-based trainings to rural youth in landscaping, nursery management, mushroom production, organic farming, canopy management, prolonging the shelf-life of horticultural crops through technological interventions, research on functional foods and beverages, providing price forecasts before sowing, planting, and during harvesting, and to provide commodity market research reports and market intelligence about prices, and to develop technologies for growing horticultural crops in urban and peri-urban areas. Next. The outcome of all of this work plan would be an area expansion under horticultural crops owing to introduction of new varieties, increase in production and productivity of crops, access to balanced and nutritive food, timely availability of certified or good quality seeds and planting material from accredited nurseries, protection from price and production risk, to reduce the impact of climate change on horticulture, year-round production and sustainable production, saving energy and recycling of farm produce, improve quality of horticultural produce for capturing foreign markets, employment generation, drudgery reduction for farm women, reduction in post-harvest losses, prevention of market glut, and urban and peri-urban areas which can contribute to horticultural production. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Very detailed and very brief presentation. Now I request, because we have only 18 minutes, so I request Dr. Pathak, Dr. N.C. Patel, Dr. Maheshwari sir, Ravish Maheshwari, and Suresh Acharya sir for 2 minutes give their views, and then I request sir for the summary, and then we wrap up. So Pathak sahib, Maheshwari sahib. Maheshwari sahib is there. Yeah. Ravish Maheshwari sir. Pathak sahib. Pathak sahib, તમે unmute છો.
હા, મને એમ કે મહેશ્વરી સાહેબ બોલે છે એટલે okay, thank you Nishaben and the Navsari group, Dr. Chaudhary, Dr. Vikas and Dr. Lawat for good presentation covering the strategies, problem and outcome. My comment is that the Navsari is very well known, especially Gandevi, where some basic horticulture research work was done, particularly for the stock in the sapota, and it is the Gandevi which is being implemented in whole country, that for grafting purpose in sapota, if khirni is used, then there is a successful grafting of the sapota. Now, similarly, if we consider that even in mango also, now there is a need, because by and large in Gujarat and even in South Gujarat, the grafting is done with the help of the only the that Rajapuri stock, because Rajapuri is being used for the processing one, and then the stone is being collected and then it is being grown. Now, when Rajapuri is used as a stock, then it leads to a malformation. Now, this required to be studied by the Navsari, which variety to be used for grafting purpose in mango, and then they should guide. Now, for so far as one crop, one district, they are very well, the whole country is knowing about that Katargam Papdi. Nothing has been done still now. Then another is the Nagli. Then yesterday also the director horticulture was telling that a big export of the okra is being done from the Dolwan, where maximum the insecticide is being used. what is the alternative? Valsadi Chiku is again a known for the South Gujarat. Now Alfonso earlier was that, but then later on the Sonpari was released from the Paria center, and then it was now propagated in a big way. So how it is being done, that is required to be done. If we see the raining pattern since last 5-10 years, then though it is 1,500 in Dang, now it is being reducing to a less 1,000, and now even in some year it is less than 1,000. It is even the Saurashtra is getting more rain than the South Gujarat. Then so such a climate change is being happening, and that also affect the horticulture crop of the South Gujarat. The value addition work, excellent work has been done in Navsari for value addition in horticulture crops. That is to be now propagated. The strength of the Navsari is horticulture. And so far as crop is concerned, yes, certainly they have done a good work and suggested the good things. But again, there is a requirement of because it is an area where secondary salinization is there, and hence there is a more on one side the saline water is there. Even in Navsari campus itself, the water has saline. Now, how to utilize that technology they are developing, but it is everywhere. It is now there. The salinization has increased, so soil and water problem is major, and they should focus more and more on soil and water problem. They in all university, including the Junagadh, Anand, Navsari, and Dantewada, the staff shortage is there, and that hampers many things. Even yesterday also we discussed in Department of Horticulture, Department of Agriculture, and even in Atma, the same position is in the university. By and large, if 42% or 45% staff is vacant, and hence that is required. If we can give the recommendation that the staff should be fill up at the earliest, so that the work can go. Otherwise, this all will remain as such without the staff. The hilly region where the water is again there, but after the even suggestion of the rain, there is no water in that hilly area. So what other crops to be grown? Then in coastal areas, certainly the good varieties of the paddy is there. And paddy is only alternative crop, but another crop. And then the technology should be developed on. And I think they will do, because they have already mentioned in their strategy. And if the strategies, based on strategies, if they can prepare a plan, then I think it will be a good things for the action plan and for 2030. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Pathak Sahib, તમારા માર્ગદર્શન માટે. હવે હું now I request to NC Patel Sahib for his view, અને પછી સુરેશાચાર્ય સાહેબ for his views. સાહેબ 2 મિનિટ જો હશે.
નિશાબેન મારે બોલવું છે, ચાન્સ મળે છે.
ડોક્ટર મહેશ્વરી સાહેબ છે હવે લાઈન પર, મને લાગે એમનું માઇક પણ અનમ્યુટ છે, તો એમને સાંભળી લઈએ પહેલા.
મહેશ્વરી સાહેબ, કારણ કે સર શું થશે 5 વાગ્યાની આસપાસ ચાલશે ને, બંધ થઈ જશે 5 વાગ્યા છે એટલા માટે
ફરી કનેક્ટ કરી લેવાનું.
હા સાહેબ, તમે શરૂઆત કરો, એનસી પટેલ સાહેબ, પછી
Okay, thank you. Quick comments I would like to give. That soil salinity and drainage issue is also there in
yes.
especially Navsari region.
Drainage is there.
Subsoil drainage nu je kaam hatu, that also needs to be further extended, and probably you can propose a policy to the state government, Department of Agriculture, to once again revive it. Old time it was there for a few years only. Now again the time has come, and in addition to that, water harvesting also, especially Dang area and all that hilly region, check dams and maybe small structures, that would also help. For paddy production, SRI technique, એને mass scale પર લઈ જવાની જરૂર છે, because that has really shown us the result that the production is increasing almost in some cases double it than the traditional production.
Even in South Gujarat during my time, it was 11.3 tons
Yes.
per hectare.
So that it has got great potential as far as the paddy production is concerned. Mango malformation problem is there throughout the whole state. I mean, the root cause will have to be found out, and yours being having a horticulture college, the responsibility major lies on you people in Navsari. So please take it up on priority, whatever research is required, and time bound. Within 1 year, some solution should come. Otherwise, what is happening is people are cutting the old trees, those which are 5 years and above old, as spending time, energy, money, everything, and farmers are not getting anything out of it. Second is the greenhouse cultivation. Lot of production is being off season is done, but pesticide residue is very serious issue. And as a result of that, although it is consumed locally mostly, because the export people, they are clever enough and they don't accept it for import, the pesticide residue which is beyond the set limit. So that is also an issue, and probably the good cultivation practices for greenhouse cultivation needs to be developed. Although it might be there with you, then it is to be extended to the farmers. And last one is floriculture is the area, and probably yours is the only university which is having good faculty to take up these issues. So that also needs to be done. And floriculture, the important issue lies is the pricing. So how your inputs can help the farmers, floriculturists especially, to have, utilizing the flowers, processing of the flowers, drying the flowers, and then, making some products. And at the same time, freshly harvested also, how to sell it in India and maybe for overseas also, if you have good quality exportable materials. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patel Sahib, તમારા માર્ગદર્શન માટે. Now I request to Shalat Sahib for his views. Sir.
I will not take much time. My simple suggestion to Navsari Agriculture University is that Bangalore today is known as a seed capital and nursery capital of the country. અને આપણા અમદાવાદના લોકો બેંગ્લોરથી નર્સરીના પ્લાન્ટ્સ ₹1,00,000 સુધીના આપીને લાવે છે. હવે નવસારીમાં એગ્રોક્લાઇમેટિક કન્ડિશન આર વન્ડરફુલ. Can we not develop entrepreneurs through university which will give seed variety, which will give nursery variety of wide range of urban plants which are needed by urbanites and who are willing to pay very high price? Can you promote this? It will be a very big business. આજે રમણભાઈ કહેતા હતા, આપના એક્સ ડાયરેક્ટર જે અમારી સાથે ટ્રેનિંગ પ્રોગ્રામમાં એસોસિએટેડ છે, કે નવસારીની આજુબાજુમાં તો ડ્રિંકિંગ વોટર જે પ્યોરિફાઈડ વોટર કહેવામાં છે, એરેટેડ વોટર જે જગમાં મળે છે, એના નંબર ઓફ વેલ્સ આર ઇન વિલેજીસ. અને એ જ્યારે when they take out the sweet water, they are discharging harmful salty water which is harming the plant. That means that Navsari Pase has all the potential to develop a wide spectrum of nursery plants, which we all growing. Gujarat and Surat, Ahmedabad, Vadodara, all these cities, urbanites want it. So
એક સાહેબ વચ્ચે હું એડ કરું કે ખેડૂતને જ્યારે પવન આવે ત્યારે ચીકુ ખરી પડે છે, પછી આંબામાં નાના આંબાઓ ખરી પડે છે. આનું યુટિલાઇઝેશન એ લોકોએ પાસે છે, કરવું જોઈએ. ન હોય તો પણ, કારણ એ વેસ્ટ જ જાય છે ચીકુ તો યાર સ્પેશિયલી. આ આંબાનો થોડો ઘણો કેરીનો ઉપયોગ કરે છે, પણ દેટ ઇઝ ઓલ્સો રિક્વાયર્ડ ટુ બી ડન સો દેટ ફાર્મર્સ કેન અર્ન લિટલ બીટ. આચાર્યબેન કંઈ કહેવું છે બેન?
I just want to take 30 seconds. You see this Shaguna rice technology, it's a very good technology as far as water inundation and good drainage, where water inundation is a problem and drainage is required. And it also promotes zero tillage. So I think that can also be tried in Navsari region, and this would be wonderful for that area. Rest of things I think are in place, particularly because excess of water or the less water of it is a problem, and where salinity development is a problem. I think all the like crop diversification to selection of situation, soil specific identification of crops, MIs, all I think they are in place and they are doing really good work. But only thing is that Shaguna rice technology, this should particularly be can be tried are promoted in this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you, Acharya Sahib, તમારા માર્ગદર્શન માટે. Now I request to Navsari University for just 2 to 3 minute summary and the response. Sir, 3 minute છે, હા? Sir, brief summary એકદમ. હા, yes sir.
Ji, namaskar to everybody. In nutshell, I can say that first of all, whatever suggestion made in this deliberations, we will very happy to incorporate in our action plan for this next 2 years. And we have a lot of scope, not only the scope, but we have very good structure of cooperative society in South Gujarat. And we have very nice KVKs and the extension functionaries. And so I have already instructed to social science group to for the more adoption of this technology which we are generating at our campus. And the response of the farmers is also very nice, and we are happy. We are now having very congenial condition both at our university, not only but also at field level at farmers' doors also. So thank you, madam. This is my submission, and we will do it.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you, Vice Chancellor Navsari University and the whole team of the Navsari University for the presentations and valuable inputs. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Manish Bhardwaj, sir, if views, Ravindra Khatalaji, if you would like to make some views, and then I just wrap up the meeting. Sir, Khatala sahib?
Hello. Yeah,
Yes,
can
sir.
you hear me?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I would like to thank all of you for such a rigorous exercise. And Secretary sir and me were coming and going because of some urgent issues here. But I could get a sense that we had a very fruitful and very engaging discussion on all the aspects of agricultural universities and agriculture in general. My request to all the vice chancellors is that whatever suggestions we have got, they were really good suggestions. So make sure that you include all these suggestions in your final project reports, and whatever reports you send, there should be some actionable inputs. Like Ashar sir told, it should not be only objectives like we want to do this, we want to do that, but it should also include like these are the projects which we will need to launch for these activities. So we need it in that format. I once again thank you everyone from Agriculture Department, and special thanks to Kirit Shelat sir, Nisha ma'am, for taking pains in reaching out to everyone and making this a fruitful and engaging discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. તમારો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. આપણે meeting પૂરી કરીએ છીએ. We are now come on the end of the meeting. So on behalf of the government of Gujarat, Agriculture Department and the NCCSD, I thankful to the Mahapatra Sahib, Bhardwaj Sahib, Khatala Sahib for giving us the opportunity. અને આપણા બધા સાથે બેસીને આપણે brainstorming કરી શકીએ, આપણે રોડમેપમાં આગળ વધી શકીએ. Especially thank you to Dr. Ambuya and Mukul Ashar sir for giving a very broad and international views. So we understand that we don't have to stick on the very narrow, but we have to think about the broad. So thank you so much, Dr. Ambuya and Mukul Ashar sahib. બધા જ વાઇસ ચાન્સેલર સાહેબ, આણંદ યુનિવર્સિટીઝ અને ટીમ, જુનાગઢ યુનિવર્સિટીઝ ટીમ એન્ડ નવસારી યુનિવર્સિટીઝ એન્ડ ટીમ બધાનો ખાસ આભાર આજના આ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન માટે. એક્સપર્ટ ટીમ ડોક્ટર પાઠક સાહેબ, ડોક્ટર એનસી પટેલ સાહેબ, રવીશ મહેશ્વરી સાહેબ, આચાર્ય સાહેબ, મહેશ્વરી સાહેબ, અને ખાસ સ્પેશિયલ અમારા હંમેશા અમને દિશા સૂચક કરતા હોય એવા શલત સાહેબ, તમારા બધાનો ખાસ આભાર. કોઈનું પણ નામ રહી ગયું હોય અને રંધાવા સાહેબ, બીઆર શાહ સાહેબ, સાહેબ પણ વચ્ચે આવીને ગયા છે. આપ સૌએ જે ઇનપુટ્સ આપ્યા એ બદલ હું ગુજરાત સરકારના એગ્રીકલ્ચર ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટ અને એનસીસીએસડી વતી આપ સૌનો આભાર માનું છું. આપણે બરાબર ટાઈમ પર છે. ઇટ્સ નાવ 4:59 અને સૌનો આભાર. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ સર. થેન્ક યુ સો મચ.
Thank you, Nisaben. Thank you, Chalat Sahib.
So much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.